VolyaRadio. Slava Ukraini!
Good morning, Kyiv, and all parts of Ukraine. Good morning, Heather.
Good morning, Will. Looks like it's just the two of us.
Well, that's okay. It looks like there's plenty of audience out there to suck back into once we get started here. Because Volya Radio is the place to be if you want to find out what's going on instantaneously, up to date, from all sorts of good sources. But we're the live radio that are still here on X because we can't do this type of thing anywhere else. If we could, we'd be there. But uh, Prince promised me she's building something for us in her garage, and I'm waiting on that. Isn't that right, Prince?
Yeah, I don't know about that, but okay.
Well, give us
And
a timestamp. I'll go find my co-host, and we'll kick off here.
well, I sent you a co-host invite, and I see your co-host. I'll see if I can get her up here. I sent her a co-host invite too, and so we will get going. If it's I guess we can be kind. It was her birthday, unless you're where I live, where it is still her birthday. So
Yeah, let's. I think that's a good idea because the theme to start off today is "I love women."
Will, tell us something we didn't already know about you. I
I
mean,
love my little shield maiden, Jennie, whose birthday was yesterday. I love Kaya Callis, whose birthday was earlier in the week. And I love Georgia Maloney, even though her birthday is no time. I think we ought to have 2 election cycles where we elect only women in public office. That's where I'll start. Jennie, how are you? I'm going to go pack you a nest, my sweetness.
Well, thank you for those words. And I agree with you. We should have an election cycle where we have only women. Um, I think we would get a lot of shit done. Unfortunately, I don't think that there are a lot of countries that will agree with you. Also, Prince needs to do the timestamp, but I'm
yes,
good. I
yes,
was
I do need to do the timestamp, and so I will do that. But I will rely on you for one piece of the timestamp. It is currently Saturday, June 20th, in much of the world, but not all of the world. So we're going to figure out what time it is where. In Pratt's Bottom in the UK, it is 6:02 a.m. and it is 7:02 a.m. in what city in or town in Stockholm in Sweden, Jenny?
I'm gonna go with Kiruna. Uh,
Okay.
and that is because tomorrow it's the summer solstice and they have no darkness right now. I think that the sun starts to go below the horizon like at the end of July. They don't have any real darkness until September. I know this freaks people out. It freaks me
You
out
should,
when it actually
you
gets
should get
dark.
some of that dark black inky smoke like they have in Moscow, so you can sleep easier.
Eh, You know, I grew up with this. I can sleep with this. It totally freaks me out when I'm in a place where the sun actually descends and it's complete darkness in the summer. I'm like, no, this is witchcraft. I like my sun in the summer. Thank you very much. Give it back to me now. So, Kiruna, that is also where the steel mine or the iron mine is. They mine ore up there, and this is why we need to keep the north clean of Russians. So, yeah, that was a long story. Back to you, Prince.
No, it's all good. It's all good. And it is 8:04 a.m. in Ukraine in at the pirate ship in Ivano-Frankivsk. And it is currently 1:04 p.m. in Useless Loop, Australia, or Hangover Bay in Australia, if you were drinking your sorrows away from losing soccer to the United States. It is currently 2:04 p.m. at the Kinki University in the Osaka, Japan area, and it is currently 12:34 p.m. in on Mount Misery in Australia, and in Mount Buggery, Australia, it is 3:05 p.m. Now we head over to Heart's Content, Newfoundland, where it is 2:35 a.m. And in let's go for, you know what? I watched something the other day, and it took place actually in the town of Colon, Michigan. That is actually what they call it. It is Colon, Michigan, where it is 1:05 a.m. Very interesting little ditty there. And in let's go for Regina, Saskatchewan, where it is 12:05 a.m. Then reverting back to Jennie's birthday, where it is still Friday, June 19th, in Devil's Tower, Wyoming, it is 11:06 p.m. And in Rough and Ready, California, it is 10:06 p.m. And then in Alaska, in Unalaska, Alaska, the most Alaska place you could ever imagine is Unalaska, in Alaska, where it is 9:06 p.m. Alaska, where Sarah Palin could see rushing from her house. She done well be stalking me, and I don't think she'll ever run for office again, so I shouldn't worry about pulling a lever. But really, at this point, um, there are just so many reasons to pull a lever for somebody other than the Mango Mussolini, who is embarrassing the world and has made a complete disaster out of the reflecting pool. So, anyway, I hope you all are having a great day, and we will get going here in just a second. Will, do you have your nest stuffed adequately? Maybe, maybe not. Um, and of course, I always sending Will a report at this time of day also. So, Jennie, do you have anything that you've been tracking, or what's on your heart and mind? Did you do anything extremely fun for your birthday?
No. I wish I had. I had things planned. Well, I guess it is extremely fun that because I'm an adult and I can do what I want within reason.
True.
Uh, I had I had ice cream for dinner last night.
Sweet.
Hey, that does the trick.
Yeah. I did have other things planned for dinner because uh, my son he went to see his father, so I was home alone. And I was gonna do mashed potatoes, homemade meatballs, and then um, a sauce with fresh, with fresh mushrooms. But by the time I was hungry, I was like, no, I'm not gonna stand here and make meatballs now. So I'm like, well, I do have ice cream. And those are things that you do when you don't have children that you have to be an adult in front of. So I had ice cream.
So you got
Yeah.
them all off at summer camp or summer army training or university or something like that, huh? You've run the whole boys out of the nest.
No. So my youngest lives with me full time, and my oldest he lives with his father, and they're right now both up with the father. And
Sweet.
I know it is actually quite nice. This will be the second time this year that he is visiting his dad, who was there over Christmas as well. And so right now I have 2, maybe 3 weeks where I'm all by myself, and so I have packed my schedule doing stuff that I wouldn't be able to do when he's home. Um, so there's a lot of stuff that I need to get done.
Good on
actually
you. Well, I
cleaning.
mean,
Yeah.
it's you can get tasks done like that a lot easier when you don't have to worry about other children, dependent children around. That's for sure. So tell me,
Yeah.
what's the most
Mhm.
important thing that's happened in the last, I don't know, 24 hours in Ukraine that you'd like to talk about first? Because there, I have some obvious some highlights, but happy to talk about whatever you'd like to first.
Well, there was something, and I obviously did not write it down or anything, and so you can kick it off, and then I can go look for whatever it was.
Okay. Well,
Because
cool. So
something happened with Sweden that involved Sweden, and so, but I don't remember, and I need to go look.
cool.
So
Well, so
go ahead.
I've got look, I've got political, I've got economic, I've got military news. I'm going to go ahead and start, I guess, with military news about the strikes overnight by Ukraine that might not come out in Mocker's report of the numbers and booms otherwise. And I want to tie some things together in doing two of my favorite things. Right, two of my favorite things are watching the Ukrainian military absolutely dismantle Russia's capacity to fight this war at the front, and bonking the absolute living shit out of stupid Vatniks, huh? How could you get better than that? So the first three items in the nest there are all related. The first three to the left of the ads, and the ads are always important because we're here to do this news analysis, what's going on in Ukraine, advocacy for Ukraine, helping you get armed with information so you can dispel disinformation from Russia in people's minds you meet and advocate as you can in your public life for Ukraine, support for Ukraine to end this war. And if you have a dollar, there's plenty of good folks up there you could donate to, whether or not you want to provide money to the trigger pullers or the humanitarians, um, or the U.S. or the international folks who are trying to help resolve war crimes and provide aid to Ukraine themselves, humanitarians. So it's all there. Pick one if you have a spare dollar to throw in, or sign up for a monthly donation. You know what you should do is it's tax time here in Australia. So June 30 is coming on. Consider signing yourself up now for a donation annually next year, uh, and you can budget early, unlike the Russian government, for your support to Ukraine over the next year, and make sure it's within your budget, but that it's always taken care of. And there are a couple up there that you can donate to periodically, uh, but especially my favorite, of course, is War Doggo's um, proactive fundraiser for the 18th National Guard and SBU Alpha guys, which we've had the pleasure of getting to know here at Volya and meet when we crossed paths with them during transfer in Ukraine. Um, so yeah, anything that you want to help out with, I'm sure every dollar counts. And please consider a donation where that is the thing that you can do for Ukraine. But the other things you can do for Ukraine, of course, are just arm yourself with knowledge. um, the first knowledge, well, and get bonk Vatniks, because look, there's a particular guy that lives in his basement in California who is always trying in my DM to try to make sure that he tries to make me depressed based on what I'm looking at every day. And most days he fails terribly. Some days he fails so miserably in conjunction with news that's happening on the day that you simply must bash the living shit out of them. And so the things that happened overnight, which are important, reported from two different directions, are the raid group, the 413th of the USF, struck the only gas storage facility. This is natural gas storage facility, underground storage, under pressure, that feeds the entire network that's throughout Crimea. Uh, that this is up in the northwest of Crimea, way up in the on the peninsula there to the northwest of that part of the diamond. It's a place called Hlibivske, And you can see in the video that's up there that the 413th struck a number of items in that facility and have a continually propagating fire from an underground gas storage facility. You know, paint that picture in your mind. So it's venting through the fire, I'm sure, and that continues until they use some other means to try to set that underground storage uh, 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 get that fire shut off, or it will consume every last drop of underground of gas they have under pressure stored in that area. Now that uh, gas doesn't just sit in the ground forever in underground storage. It gets piped across the peninsula to a few other locations that Ukraine also visited overnight, including the Tavis Gaia thermal power plant in central Crimea, north of Simferopol. It's this plant is one of the two largest thermal power plants in Crimea, the other being the one at Balaclava, both of which are 470 megawatt facilities, gas powered. Russia put them in and built them up after they took over Crimea. So these are the main means by which power is produced and for distribution inside Russia. Both run on gas. They've struck the underground gas storage. They've struck the power plants, and they've struck the distribution station north of uh, Vardzgaya, so also north of northwest Simferopol, and done set a fire there. So the distribution station, the storage facility, the the power plant itself, and then just to top things off, a oil and gas storage facility between Simferopol and Sevastopol, which is important for storage of fuels to be distributed around surface. And remember, these plants try to. One of the things they hit on the Taverska power plant in one of the third run, I think, is I think the backup diesel storage tank. Well, they also hit the backups the diesel storage tanks down here in. At the test facility. And so that means we've got backup oil struck, we've got gas storage and distribution, we've got gas production and use in the thermal power plant. It looks like utilities night in Crimea to me. Jennie, what would you think?
Yeah, I'm still like processing the when they blew the lid in Moscow on that thing, on that tank.
Oh yeah, we'll definitely go
Because
back there.
yeah, because that was just so amazing. And I do love the Ukrainian sanctions because they're a lot more permanent and they're a lot more impactful than anything that we could come up with here in the EU.
Yeah,
So
and being
I love them.
demonstrations, they make a statement far better than any words that you could produce. And you know the statement that I wanted to put forward to make sure this Vatnik got the message is, you know, Zelensky's saying that he wants to end the war before wintertime, and he's directed the armed forces to do whatever they can to end the war. So they're essentially doing that, and dumbass Vatnik tries to say this, that before the end of the war. So just wanted to spell out the message being sent here. If I can pick it up, the message being sent here is Crimea is going to be untenable for you by wintertime. And if you thought that freezing people to death and in the dark in Ukraine last winter was going to be what you succeeded in, we're already showing you that we're going to succeed in that in Crimea this year. So you should head for the exits, or end the war now before you get what's coming to you through this message of what they're knocking out here. And they also sent. I'll go back to what you want to talk about, Jennie, which is they also sent a message to the folks in Moscow that we can return again today. They've returned with a few drones that made it up to the center. No significant damage unless you work on a crane. But the message that we've penetrated your air defense and can travel with impunity with multiple different types of drones now. The jet powered ones today, and the one that looks like a Shahed, only sleeker, I guess. Yesterday, it's they're sending messages all over, but with their actions, no words.
Well, the so I my question is, how much electricity do they have in Crimea now? Do they
Okay, so
have any?
so they have quite a lot of wind over on the peninsula to the west. They have
Mhm.
the two major gas fired power facilities, and some other solar and renewables, and little plants, a few little plants across to Kerch, but nothing. These two big plants will be significant, which is why I said weeks ago or a week ago that the intent to knock out power on Crimea will be knocking out the Balaclava power plant. But this one is of the same size as Balaclava and up in the center of the country, where I suppose at this time there's actually more militarily relevant activity taking place. With Russia abandoning the port of Sevastopol, it becomes less militarily important to Ukraine, I think, and maybe they're bigger fish to fry. But I would think that the place to knock out the power in Crimea, if you wanted to do the most damage, would be Balaclava, down in the very south of Sevastopol.
Well, I hope they knock it out, and I'm gonna explain why. So, uh, obviously, I've never really experienced a true, like, electricity blackout where everything inside the city you live in is offline when it comes to electricity. And people are like, because I was like, yeah, okay, so it's inconvenient when you lose power in your apartment or house or whatever. That is really, really inconvenient because it gets pitch black. What I didn't think about is if the actual city you live in loses power, you can no longer flush your toilet. You will no longer have water inside your apartment. The water treatment plant is also going to be knocked offline, which means that whatever water comes out of the tap, granted it is Russia they are used to suffering, but the water quality will go down as well because the water treatment plant is now knocked offline. You can't trust the water. If there's water coming out of your tap, you really can't trust whatever the hell that is. And I did see the lovely discussion between you and Ming about the water in Russia. That was like so nasty. Sweden is one of the countries that have the best water quality in the world, and I have never had to boil the water in my home ever. I don't know what that is, and I did not know what filters were, water filters that you have in your own apartment until I moved to the US because that is really how good. Hardly anybody buys bottled water. We do buy sparkling water, generally with flavor, not being a soda. Um, so to me, this was just like one of the most bizarre things. But this part is being knocked offline. If you remove the electricity for the entire city, if you knock that out, and that should be something because then you can't really live in Crimea even in the summer. It's not the heat that will kill you. It's that Legionnaire infested water that comes out of your tap. I
Well,
wouldn't
well,
trust the water on a good day.
well. In
And
fact,
it's
that's the thing too, right? We're thinking. I'm thinking about next winter when
yeah,
he says, but honestly, Crimea in summer losing electricity could be even deadlier than wintertime.
yeah, because because the water treatment plant is knocked offline. And here's a fun fact. I think it's 65 degrees centigrade. That's when bacteria starts growing in your water, including tap water. The cold water is on a different line, but the hot water will kill you. And because they come out of your tap at the same time, at some point these two converge and they will bring this with you. with them to your tap. And Legionnaire disease is not something to play around with. It will kill you fairly fast unless you go to the hospital and you have a good hospital. Which, if you have the power knocked out, I don't know if Crimea will have a good hospital. I'm not giving them any ideas, but I'm just saying that it would be such a shame if power was knocked off completely in Crimea, because then you will have people heading for the exit. Also, I doubt that the fuel pumps would work at the station, because I'm pretty sure that they rely on electricity to actually function and pump the fuel for you. So yeah, that would be fun. I think they should go for that next. Back to you, Will.
Thanks, Jenny. Um, so let's move next. The next subject I'd like to talk about is, of course, um, the all these drones that are going into Russia are different and amazing in their own different way. Um, and there are one in particular was reported on the other day in Ukraine, and I didn't pick up and report it on thing because it was too much information to have to report on during the day. So it was in my basket that of didn't get used stories, but I'll cover it today because Rybar of all people has covered. You know these things Chuck Farr produces where he gives you the little weapon profile thing. It was one of those things, and it's on these Aerostat or balloon carried automatically operating drones that they then. So the balloon gets this thing up to, I don't know, 6 kilometers in the air, and then just slowly traverses across Russia at height until such time as it gets near its target, so that it can then release a drone that drops from it, and then ballistically builds up speed and turns on its motors and can take over and attack autonomously any target that they have set into it prior to its departure, or can watch where it's located and give it, I guess, instructions. It's an inventive little way to save fuel to get well inside Russia before you drop. I don't know how extensive they have employed these, but the other thing is that these depend, aren't phenomenally expensive. A balloon is an interesting way to develop to carry something that different distance slow, and regardless, they all require air defense activity, whether it's a drone flying in through Russia, like a Bober or whatever, that doesn't have any warhead on it, or it's an FP1 with no warhead on it, or it is an Aerostat carrying a drone that does have a warhead, or maybe IR, intelligence collection function, and it gets dropped, and you got to either shoot them down with a missile or a gunfire, because you never know which is which. And I think it's an inventive idea. I didn't think they were. I've heard Russians complaining about them before. I don't know how much, what number they form of the spoofs, if you will, that or if they're how many of their dropped um, drones end up hitting something. But these are drop drones that are, similar to the nature of the mid-range strike drones that are being used um, in the temporarily occupied territories and the regions close to Ukraine. So they would have a very good range of attacking things. And if you told me you could drift me out into a triangle between Voronezh and Samara and Nizhny Novgorod, and that you can get me relatively close to the center of that triangle, and I dropped a drone from there. It wouldn't need to be a long-range drone to get to many valuable targets within there. It's an interesting idea. I didn't cover it yesterday or the day before because um, I didn't have time, but it's interesting that Rybar has picked up on that. This is the Russian propagandist and mill blogger, I'll call him, and uh, goes through the Hornet in detail. And thank you, Mr. Schmidt, for developing those Hornets to be used. And this method of employment does sound like it came out of one of these little, no idea is a bad idea session with Gene Schmidt and the folks in the Hornet lab that developed these for mid-range use and said, what else can we do with these things? Let's just spitball some ideas, guys. How about we hook them on Aerostats and float them into middle of Russia and then let them go? That's kind of how this works. And thank you for Rybar for putting together such an attractive. See, the government of Russia, when they fund a propagandist, those guys can afford to have some graphics guys working for them. And this is really well presented. Thanks very much, Rybar, for presenting this today's ad for the Aerostat mounted Hornet drone. Jennie?
You know, that's actually really funny that they're like kind of working against themselves. Amazing. Um, just like go under, thank God they're so fucking stupid, kind of thing. Um, they isn't that a trend though now, where the middle bloggers have kind of given up on Russia winning this, because from what I've heard, they're just sitting there bitching about how much of a beating they're taking. It's almost like the dildo consequence has finally arrived to them, and it's not bringing any loot whatsoever. Or am I
Well,
wrong?
it's a combination of people who are, fine, being good Russian propagandists by redirecting anger toward something irrelevant, but which you'll also find very funny. I mean, the Moscow attacks, they've resolved why those are happening, Yenny. And do you know what the reason is?
Do
Migrants.
tell. Oh,
Migrants.
oh,
It's migrants.
of
Because
course.
of course these are the people that are filming and distributing the details of where these things are. And there's also a conspiracy on the ground. That there was also people that were talking about the fact that the shopping mall that was hit there was the big massive, I don't know, 8,000 square meter one where all the migrants, all the Azerbaijanis, all the blacks meet and get together and organize their own or petty organized crime, all while ignoring the fact that most of the serious organized crime takes place at the boardroom of major companies in Russia, and but they would deny migrants. And anyway, the conspiracy theorists are all out there, and they're really pissed off, and they're blaming migrants for this happening, particularly because most of the really good footage you've seen of things like that tank blowing up were collected by people that you can hear speaking in the videos that are speaking what sounds like an Arabic language or a Chinese language. And it definitely is the Chinese. And the guy that took the most iconic explosion video of this war probably is that tank being struck by a manpad, an Igla surface to air missile held by a man on the ground that clearly traverses across multiple tank items of that refinery, but being fired from the very low ground level, crosses into the refinery, strikes a tank almost immediately, and that tank blows up and its roof goes to the heavens like a flying saucer. It's a thing of beauty. Filmed by a Chinese migrant worker, and it's a good thing he got that onto Chinese Telegram as fast as he did, and onto Chinese news as fast as he did, and he will have been identified by the Chinese because he will not now be subject probably to arrest and imprisonment initially by the FSB, because look, they will try to hunt all these people down who've done us this favor, and so many of them are migrants, and they will make them take, it's imprisonment or genocide in Ukraine for you. Pick one, and so those folks will possibly end up um, in Ukraine fighting against their will, but voluntarily, and will regret it probably heavily. But this guy took such a good video that video has been used by the Chinese to say that Russia scored an own goal here and blew up their own tank, or the American newspapers going way out on a limb and saying this may have been a friendly fire incident, but you know, when we have ample evidence of other Russian absolute fucking idiots firing small arms over traffic on the other side of the refinery in video and on that major highway, and firing Eagle shoulder launched missiles at things at a low trajectory, which they miss. The evidence is pretty clear that this is not a may have happened. This is a definitely happened. Russia blew up their own tank. They're phenomenal idiots. They're trying to hide it, and they're trying to deflect blame anywhere they can, other than absolute lack of competency, absolute lack of appropriate placement of air defense systems, and honestly, the best evaluation of the performance of the Pantsir missile system through videography that we've ever seen during this war, and it supports 100% my thesis that Pantsir are pants. Jennie?
Yeah, I agree. We do have a hand. So,
Yeah,
Johannes, go
welcome,
ahead.
Johannes.
Yeah.
Johannes,
Hi,
you've got a
yeah.
brand new account. Why is that?
Yeah, because I deleted my old one because I really wanted to get away from well, X, from
Good luck, man.
Elon Musk's platform, and now, like, I'm currently in Lviv at the Ukrainian summer school, so learning Ukrainian. Then I met two ladies who told me about VolyaRadio. So because I've been on like so
Yeah,
I mean, I
talked to
haven't
me
been with you
before.
like for me.
I think you've been on and talked to me before.
I'm not only on the old NRIA report thing. So I had no idea that VolyaRadio even existed. And so yesterday, like after learning about that, I kind of held my nose and created a Twitter account. Well, anyway, because I mean, after it was explained to me that there is currently no other platform that works. So, wow, okay. But I'm just so I'm currently in Lviv, and so for 3 weeks, which is not a long time. And Lviv is certainly one of the safest places in all of Ukraine. So if it, I mean, we are like the university where we are is next next to a wonderful huge park with absolutely lovely trees and I mean, yesterday I had a stroll through the park, and it's so peaceful, and it's just, I mean, it's just in those moments, it's very, very hard to imagine that this barbaric war is going on at the same time. Although in the park, what I do come across is from time to time, men with prosthetics. Typically, one leg is missing, and you don't see a huge lot of them, but you see them from time to time. And of course, I think I'm not sure how many are there who can hide their prosthetics, but I think usually it's I mean, it's also displayed as a kind of, I mean, you maybe people also want to demonstrate that they did this huge sacrifice.
I've also seen them walking around in groups there with people who are doing rehab, like down near Renox Square, where it's hard to walk around on a prosthetic.
In Lviv, you say,
I was just in Lviv for Ukraine for a month a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah. But else, it's really, I mean, we had like only one air raid since I came 2 weeks ago, so that's almost surreal, because I mean, when I was here like a year ago, 2 years ago, we had them like all the time. But at the same time, it's kind of also a bad sign, because you know, like Russia is saving up for new terror attacks, and those terror attacks usually don't hit Lviv, but they're like all focused on Kiev, and you all know what happened to the Pechevska Lavra, and it absolutely shows that there are like, if Putin doesn't even refrain from bombing kind of the holiest of holy, kind of for all of the Eastern Orthodox or East Slavic Orthodox world. I mean, the Pechetka Lavra is also kind of really sacred to, I think, to at least to the
Oh,
believing Russians.
absolutely it
As,
is.
uh,
Absolutely it is. And we've of course
so,
gone through that extensively here. You know,
yeah,
um,
sure. It's yeah, of course. It's just that my teacher actually said actually, I mean, in her view, it's actually more criminal to send missiles into living quarters because there you kill people, but it just shows, yeah, I guess the fanatic wish of Putin to eliminate everything that he considers Ukrainian. Um, but what I wanted to ask you, maybe, because I'm really confused about the situation now, and I wanted to get your maybe you talk. I'm sure you did talk about it in other segments. It's just that I only just learned about that VolyaRadio actually exists. Is I mean, one is you also mentioned that Zelensky has given orders to end the war and or yeah until the end of the year or to finish the war. But I mean, Ukraine almost certainly won't have liberated their territories until then. I mean, it would be wonderful if they would be able to liberate Crimea, and that certainly would be a huge blow to Putin. But I'm really not sure how they're going to do that without a navy.
I'll tell you.
And
I'll tell you how I think
yeah,
they're going to do it, Johannes. They are going to do it in the manner that Fedorov has laid out and that they're prosecuting. That you can see, they're not actually physically going to move into Crimea. They're going to knock out all of the bridges and be able to have fire control over all traffic going north and south into Kherson, and there will eventually do the same
yeah,
on the Kerch Bridge, and they will isolate it for
yeah,
fuel, food, bullets, equipment moving in and out, and
yeah,
it will become untenable for Russia to hold that position, and they will decide to withdraw. And they're already providing
yeah,
messages through the Crimean Tatars that it's time for the Russians who live in Crimea to head for the exits. Vote with your feet
um,
now before it gets too much worse, because they're going to make living in Crimea unlivable for the
uh,
Russians. That's what they've said they're going to do, and that's what they're prosecuting. And they're also going to
yeah,
eliminate the capability for Russia to support its supply lines all the way up through
uh,
Donetsk area, which is already bearing some fruit
yeah,
down here in the Zaporizhia and Kherson area.
yeah,
So I don't know. I think this Ukraine's doing a pretty masterful job of pursuing sort of openly what they said they were going to do to end the war. And remember, if the war ends with Russia saying we agree to come to an unconditional ceasefire and then sit down and have talks,
uh,
that's exactly where
yeah,
we
uh,
could be by the end of the year if
yeah.
things go really well for Ukraine.
But okay, if things go, I mean, I think what is really I guess, on many minds is that we might end up with another conflict, and that's of course only to Russia's advantage, because it gives them time to regroup, and also that there will be, I mean, that the crimes committed by Russia will go unpunished. That there will again be impunity.
Neither of those
I mean,
neither of those
yeah,
things necessarily have to happen to have a ceasefire at the end of the year.
okay, yeah, okay. Okay, I mean, I'm really confused how this is supposed to play out, but maybe I just need to give it some
Well,
more time.
just
But the other thing
game it
I'm,
out for yourself a little bit more. You know, game it out with yourself by noting where the
yeah,
international community is, where international precedent
yeah,
is with relation to diplomacy, and the historical
yeah,
conflicts of wars that have ended with negotiations, and then you'll see where it can go. And then
yeah,
you work
yeah,
out working on advocacy to where you think you want it to go within that framework.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, what certainly would be absolutely essential at some point is to have the perpetrators punished and to have this tribunal that has been established in The Hague, this new Russia tribunal, to actually have it do its job and actually have some power and actually get hold of the perpetrators. But that's probably in my dreams only. But the other thing I'm noticing here. I mean, I don't like do like systematic research because I mean, certainly I spent most of my time in the classes here learning Ukrainian. Is whenever I talk to people about how the situation is developing, like for instance, like last week I was at a volunteer kitchen where internet. If you've been here, maybe you know that one. It's a kitchen where international volunteers prepare meals that then are kind of
Of
packaged and go
course.
to the front line. You've been there.
Yes, I know right what you're talking
Um,
about.
Okay, and there, like one of the ladies there, she is from Luhansk, and she told me about the history of this kitchen and that they like started in 2014. Um, and she's very, very cautious about, I mean, there's this feeling, well, actually, we Ukraine, I mean, everybody hates Russia, but we are the only ones who kind of resist Russia or who fight Russia. So this is the one thing, this feeling of being really left alone and not really feeling this solidarity, I guess that I heard from several people. And the other is that this optimism about Ukraine having the other kind of changing the moment or getting the momentum. I don't. It's surprising that people here don't really they are not that enthusiastic about it, and maybe they're like they have been disappointed too many times, so they probably have to give it more
They're
time.
not that
I
enthusiastic
am
about a ceasefire, or what specifically aren't they?
no, they're not. No, they're not that enthusiastic about kind of. I mean that now Ukraine is like hammering Russia every day. Although I mean we had a funny debate with or not debate. Like I asked the Ukrainian teacher how they actually refer to those long range sanctions in Ukrainian because I don't know because there's the expression "dalnabini," which already
But Johannes, you still didn't answer my question. They're not
and
too enthusiastic about what specifically? The war going on?
about no then about kind of they're not seeing yet that there really is a change.
Oh, okay. They
So
they don't have the
I
sense that
think
the war is going their way yet, right?
yeah, that's my. I mean, those people I talk to, I mean, they have
Yeah,
this.
fair
Yeah, they
enough.
were very very cautious about that,
Yeah, I
and
totally
so
understand. Yeah, I heard that
yeah,
perspective from numerous people while I was there as well, just a few weeks ago. But here, did you
yeah,
notice this too? If you pay attention to the war in
mm,
Ukraine like I
yeah,
do every day, um,
mm,
you'll many times find, I think, or you tell me, were those people up to date on the activities of what's going on with relation to the war in Ukraine from top to bottom? That
I do.
I found that they didn't actually watch that much news about the war in
Yeah,
Ukraine because it was too depressing for them.
uh, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. And I had also been very cautious who kind of I'm not being that upfront about asking them. I really I don't know. I want to be like
Well,
empathic and
I
then
had no
yeah,
compunction
yeah,
about it, Johannes,
yeah,
because I'm a bit of a
yeah,
dick,
yeah,
and I'm happy to go
yeah,
there because I honestly want to know their opinion. I traveled all the way to Ukraine to help out people, and we know
yeah,
and make sure that get a temperature on what's
mm,
actually going
mm,
on the ground
yeah,
for Ukrainians. So I was very
yeah, yeah,
assertive about asking all the Ukrainians I could a couple of
mm,
specific questions to get to the point that you're looking
yeah,
at too, which is, how do they think the war is going? What do they think is a reasonable endpoint to the war? If we could start a ceasefire,
yeah,
if we could start a ceasefire before the end of this,
yeah,
at or before the end of this year, Johannes, an unconditional ceasefire on both sides that Ukraine and
mm,
Russia are going to meet
yeah,
directly. Is that a
yeah,
good or a bad thing
yeah,
from your
yeah,
perspective? And what would you consider victory that came out of those discussions
uh,
if we could have them at
yeah,
the end of the year?
yeah, yeah. Okay, and that's what you asked, and the responses you got were like,
So here's the sense and I talked about this before when I came back from my
yeah,
trip, but the sense I got is that Ukrainians do feel that they're on the ascendancy here, and that they could realistically. Would they be in favor of those peace talks? Or yes, an unconditional ceasefire would be acceptable to the Ukrainian public. But note what that means. Those words have meaning. Unconditional ceasefire. Russia just stops firing, and we stop firing everything. And then we're going to go to the table and talk. But unconditional means Russia brings no
yeah,
preconditions, Ukraine brings no preconditions. Then when you're at the
mm.
table, what are the first things that you're going to put on the table that are your conditions for ending this war, Johannes?
Well, regain full territorial integrity. I mean, and
Okay,
that's what
good
Russia is
enough.
never going to agree
I
to.
started with,
Yeah,
and many of
yeah,
them started with, the 35,000 children that we know have been stolen from Ukraine and need to be
yeah,
returned,
yeah,
and
yeah,
the territorial integrity,
yeah,
and the
yeah,
adjudication of all war criminals in relation to chemical weapons use,
yeah,
execution and torture of prisoners of war, and use of things like cluster
mm,
munitions on civilian areas.
yeah,
Those things are on the table for
yeah,
Ukraine
mm,
in order to
mm,
stop this war. And then I would also add
yeah, yeah,
reparations from Russia for damage done.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I agree, but of course, those kind of are not. I mean, Russia is never going to agree
Who
to that,
they will at the
and
next iteration, once we go back to fighting war, then for
yeah,
another 6 months, and Russia
I,
keeps losing.
okay, okay, yeah. Well, I mean, if that happens, great, of course. I mean, what I think is actually, I mean, I've changed my own views on Russia a bit over the last. I've been like working with indigenous peoples in Russia for decades. I kind of always hoped that Russia was kind of
Me
reformable
too.
and that
Me too.
things would
I
get
lived and
better.
worked there for 14 years.
Yeah, okay. So I also kind of always like held out for
I
long
thought
until they
I
banned
thought
me
we were
for
going to
life,
get. I
like in
thought they were
2000.
going to get better. Is that what you thought?
Yeah, yeah, so did I, and I can. So I mean, of course, after Putin came to power, it was like, okay, it's still getting worse, it's still getting worse, and it's still getting worse. But eventually, like it will turn around, and then like there were the elections and the protests of 2012, 13, and so. And I thought, well, this is the red line; they're not going to swallow it. And I mean, I thought the same about the war because I mean, immediately before the war, I heard an interview with Lev Gutkov from the Levada Center on Medusa, who kind of identified like two scenarios which would endanger Putin's power, and one would be an economical kind of crash, and the other would be a war. So I also believe, well, when Putin starts a war, probably Russians are going to rise up, and yeah, again, it didn't happen. So and now I'm really of the position that I think that I mean, Russia is a colonial empire,
Yeah, absolutely.
and colonial empires. I mean, they have to go at some point, and so Russia. I don't think that Russia in its current form is redeemable.
I agree.
It's eventually. Yeah, so I think I mean the sustainable solution is really where Russia, at least in its current form, is no longer around,
Well,
and
no,
where you have maybe
just isolate it,
Muscovy, and
right,
then
Johannes? I believe that you don't
yeah,
believe in making interior modifications to how Russia manages itself. That you believe in the sovereignty of
uh,
Russia, and they can do whatever they want within their
uh,
borders, up to human rights type of limitations. But you don't want to interfere in what happens with Russia. I don't want to interfere.
no, I
But
mean
I think Russia is
I don't
irredeemable.
know
I believe
how.
they're irredeemable as well, and they
Uh,
need to be embargoed
yeah,
until such time as they become
yeah,
a reasonable citizen of the
uh,
world.
yeah. I just feel for all those peoples, indigenous and non-indigenous minorities
I
and so
don't.
on,
Those
who
people
are
should take care.
currently under
Those
Russia's.
people should take care of themselves, like the Ukrainians did, and the
Yeah, it's
Syrians did, and everybody in the history of the world
yeah,
has done. Russian people are no different than the rest of the
yeah,
people in the
it's
world, and they can take control of their
but
future
yeah.
as and when they are ready to do so.
Yeah, but some of my friends are currently behind bars, and they are facing like 20 years
Yep.
now for terrorism charges for like very kind of mildly, very humbly speaking out for the rights of their communities, and they're currently like so. I mean, they can't really do a lot when you're behind bars,
And
and well,
I
you're
feel
pretty
sorry for
limited.
them, and I feel sorry for the individuals that I know that are Russian that are still living in Russia. But there's
Yeah,
nothing I can
yeah,
do to save them, and there were many things that they could have done to save
yeah,
themselves from when I first met them in the 1998. And you know, the thing is,
yeah.
you've got to
Unfortunately,
grasp
you're
control of
right.
your country. You
Yeah,
own what happens inside
yeah,
your own country,
yeah,
and there's only
yeah,
so much that we can save
yeah.
you from.
And yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, I agree with you, and I think it's part of this culture in Russia that kind of pollutes everything, not just ethnic Russians, but I mean, everybody is like this. Oh, we can't do anything. So this learned helplessness, I think they all have internalized it, uh, except for the Chechens, maybe. But what's going to happen in Chechnya is anybody's guess, I guess. Um, but also, I mean, probably we shouldn't forget that there had been many regional protests in Russia over the years. It's just that the regions never have been able to show mutual or develop mutual solidarity. So they have always been atomized. They're like, I mean, you probably remember there were like protests in Sakha, in Dagestan, in Volya. It's like in many regions, and somehow they never make an impact.
Well,
Kind of, yeah,
Russia maintains a
on a,
hugely repressive force inside its country, larger than
yeah.
anyone in the world, basically. Maybe the North Korea.
Yeah, yeah. Oops. Hello?
No, I was just saying that Russia maintains heavily
Oh, okay. Oh,
the internal
mm,
security of apparatus of Russia
mm, mm.
is a
Yeah.
full 1.5% of the
Mm.
population. That is huge, and
Okay.
they have
Maybe
put
I'll,
down
yeah, yeah.
and arrested people that
Mm,
where regional problems come up. The FSB and Oman are very quick to overreact rather than just act. Um, to stymie those things, and we've seen it
yeah.
time and time again. But imagine me this, will you, Johannes?
Mm,
The war ends in another
mm,
6 months to a year, and Russia has hundreds of thousands of returning Bashkortostans going back
mm,
to their homelands, where they have represented more than
mm,
45 times the amount of people that have gone to this war have come from Bashkortostan than have come from St. Petersburg or
mm,
Moscow. So those guys go home in
mm,
hugely representative, overnumbered in Bashkortostan, and they go back to the places
mm,
where there are no longer jobs for them, and the local power plants
mm,
are have not been maintained, and they're basically ready to go to die
mm,
next winter when they need to, and they're no longer getting coal deliveries
mm,
because the local coal
mm,
company has gone out of business in the last year as well. Those folks are going to be ripe
mm,
for something else, especially given the fact that maybe the Russian
mm,
government
mm,
isn't fully paying them their benefits, or there's no rehabilitation for them available, and there's
mm,
certainly no
mm,
treatment for their PTSD.
mm,
What if a guy like
mm, mm,
the communist deputy who put out the thing yesterday in the Duma in Russia,
mm,
what if that guy is available to have a chat with
mm,
people the next time that happens in Bashkir, in Chuvash, or the local environmental activists that they arrested and had to bring
mm,
10,000 police in to make sure that they didn't have any unrest
mm,
when they wanted to convict
mm.
that guy. What if Russia can't afford?
In
What if Russia
Bashkortostan.
can't afford to send all those Rosguardia guys in a year's time
Mm,
once the war starts to grind to a
mm,
close because Russia can't afford to do it
mm,
anymore? It's Russia will break
mm,
up probably as a result of this war and some
mm,
scenario that happens, but we also can't
mm,
worry about
mm,
that, Johannes, because that's the internal functionings
mm.
of Russia that need to play out, that have been arguably haven't played out appropriately in the last 1,000 years.
Oh, Sorry, they're having the minute of silence here for the victims. They're having it each
Understood.
morning at 9, which is
Understood.
now. Yeah, sorry. I'll leave you for a second.
Okay. Thanks. The clock's ticking down there. We don't stop for that here at Volya because we oftentimes miss when it is covered, but it is a very interesting and unique thing that they do in Ukraine. That the nation, where if you're in the small villages, if you're in the medium-sized towns, and now even if you're in Kyiv, they stop to note a minute of silence for the fallen from the previous day. And they play the national anthem, and then the trolleys start back up, and the trains, the cabs, and traffic starts moving again, and they get on. Imagine trying to do that in your country or in Russia, because that's the other thing. Now, we don't stop to do it because we miss it, but I definitely never ever missed it when I was in Ukraine, and you show appropriate participation and reverence in the country where you are. Now, as I say, we don't stop here though. But thanks, Johannes, for joining us and doing that. But this is Johannes brought up a lot of important questions that need to be answered that he, as a foreigner, is grasping with as we move toward uh, a potential for a ceasefire. But this is why Zelensky keeps asking for it, because if you don't ask, you don't get, right? And he honestly, earnestly would like to see this war end. That's the difference between uh, Russia and Ukraine here. Ukraine has been and always is interested in an unconditional ceasefire that they've agreed to ages ago. You know, in March of 2025, they agreed to it, and they stopped bombing refineries and terminals for like 4.5 months. I almost went out of business in 4.5 months before they started bombing refineries and terminals again, folks. It's my life's blood here at VolyaRadio.
I know.
I
We know
know.
that.
But so
Yeah.
so don't tell me that Ukraine's not interested in peace. They've agreed to an unconditional ceasefire in March when it was brought up, and the Europeans supported it. But Russia has never. So he's proposing it again, but this time's different, and this time's different than I think the 22 different times that they've had proposed or accepted ceasefires since 2014. Here's the difference. The difference is Putin knows, and Zelensky will both know, that Zelensky is now offering an unconditional ceasefire from a position of relative power and ascendancy in this current situation. That doesn't mean that Putin is absolutely not going to accept it, but it's good that Ukraine continues to say we would accept an unconditional ceasefire right now and start negotiations for the finishing of this war. We're interested in doing that now, but the key is, you and I both know that Putin is never going to accept it, and unconditional ceasefire doesn't mean we give up anything. Don't fear ending the war, is essentially what Zelensky's saying. And I agree with him, because Russia, provided the Europeans don't suggest that Ukraine does a bad thing and give up the farm, that the Ukraine understands and is forthright about its agency and its population, and not abandoning its population that are in the temporarily occupied territories, or giving up the 35,000 children, or seeking justice for the people that have had war crimes done against them. That none of that has to be given up to say we're going to have a ceasefire. And that's why Zelensky says, I would like the military to work toward a ceasefire for this year. It's a valid goal. I don't think it's going to happen, but it's an exceptionally valid goal. And you must admit that the military working toward getting them to a position where they are in relative power, if a ceasefire were to be declared toward the end of this year, is going pretty well. And I noted to our Vatnik friend in California, his mom's basement earlier today, that that's what's happening. Don't make fun of Zelensky saying that he's going for a ceasefire by the end of the year. He literally is. Would you like to see what the military did to you overnight to bring us closer to that? Because they did a lot. And I say the messaging of continually sending drones now into Moscow and St. Petersburg to demonstrate that you're not safe. You're not safe anywhere in Russia, and you are likely to face some damage and repercussion of your aggressive war next door. Stop the war and fuck off home. That's the message that needs to continually be sent. The folk as the you move into the temporarily occupied territories or closer to the front, the message gets a little different to you and tailored to your specific circumstances. If you're in Crimea, it says that you're not going to have fuel, water, food, gas, and energy to heat yourselves and keep yourselves cool in the summer and warm in the winter. And that message was sent in spades overnight with the facilities that I earlier talked about being knocked out in combination. And make no mistake, Ukraine is effectively turning Crimea into an island and isolating it. You're always going to be able to get the odd boat back and forth, a pontoon bridge set up, and some one-way traffic action happening on that. That's fine. I mean, we all know that striving perfection doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get to perfection, but the supply that will move in and out of Crimea won't sustain military activity to the point where Russia's military occupation of Crimea will become untenable. And when that does, a rational actor would abandon Crimea and consolidate its military position in a place where it was no longer going to lose territory and men for nothing. But that's not Russia. Russia isn't the rational actor in war. There's no Putin chapter in Clausewitz about how to deal with a guy who doesn't give a shit about populations of where they're fighting, his own population, or the population they're trying to take over. He doesn't care about any of it. He only has those colonial ambitions to dominate everything, and he'll expend anything necessary to meet his military goals, which he's laid out early in the war, but have been failures. If Putin was going to abandon now and be a rational actor, he probably would have been back when, I don't know, 3 days after the war began, or when they decided to do their first of their what does he call it? Oh, what does he call it? The voluntary actions to move themselves, to remove themselves from the conflict that they did there, and then in north of Kyiv, and then over in Kharkiv, and then down in Kherson. Uh, they'll continue to do that sort of stuff, and they'll do one of those maybe out of Crimea, and that's what we're working for, because that would also be a very good position to be at to go into peace negotiations, maybe the first round of peace negotiations between Ukraine and Russia directly, since the full-scale war started up, with a position of strength being for Ukraine that the gem in your crown is already gone. Crimea is and always was Ukraine. If Russia abandons there, its war's done and Putin's done, and everything's done. I'm telling you, strategically, all is lost for Russia if they lose Crimea. They're not going to be able to hang on to what they've got in Luhansk and Donetsk if they voluntarily give up Crimea. They're admitting that they're all going to go back to their 1991 borders. It's just how long it's going to take. If they abandon Crimea, even Russia will be admitting it. But Russia's not going to admit that. Putin will probably give a to the last man, not one step back order, a la his good buddy Hitler in the Second World War, knowing that he and his closest are never going to have to pay that price, but he's happy to sacrifice you. So not one step back in Crimea will be the order. Same thing, Kherson, Zaporizhia, probably everywhere on the front. He's deluded enough to say that they're advancing on all fronts when that is patently untrue to the casual, even the least almost casual observer can tell you that that's not true. And The numbers speak for themselves. Everybody now in the world who's talking about Russia's need to move toward the peace table, everybody now accepts the numbers we've been looking at all along, which are the numbers that are published every day by Ukraine that Mockers provides to you, because they're based on, like no war in the past, visual confirmation of dead people. I see dead people. That's what AFU said when they started this thing. I need to see the dead people, or it's not confirmed, so that we can publish our numbers, and eventually everybody will believe them. Well, eventually everybody does believe them now. And the truth is, Russia's losing more than 30,000 troops every month in Ukraine, more than 30,000. And we know from Russian records that they can't hide from us. Thank you, all the investigators who do work there, Dallas Analytics in particular. You can't hide from us. Or you publish numbers that you want to be proud of, and they tell us another story if when looked at a different way. And we know that Russia is not meeting its recruitment goals in comparison to the soldiers lost each month. And what did Magyar's Birds confirm alone himself? 5,076. I think he published his Yabloks of the week thing. So yeah, 5,600 last week, just by those guys. So Russia's not Russia's not going anywhere here, and I'm okay with them saying we want to work toward a an unconditional ceasefire by the end of the year, because that doesn't mean Ukraine's giving up anything. That means Ukraine's going to a discussion about how they're getting everything back, and when, not whether or not they are, because nobody in the world accepts that 35,000 children have to be stolen by a genocidal invader. Whether or not they want to call it genocide and prosecute it as genocide and do the appropriate things to Russia over its genocide in Ukraine, nobody isn't behind giving back all those children, and plus the ones that Russia has said they've got. Remember, this is a case where the Yale Humanitarian Research Lab, that's one of the folks we help up in the nest. Those folks can confirm 5 different ways that a person is held in Russia against their will as a child, and the evidence is so good you can use it in a war crimes trial. But Russia, that's 35,000 that we know of, right? Russia has said up to 700,000 children in the occupied areas are exposed to their influence, and they will move them to, summer camps and re-education centers, and this sort of adoption and whatever else they need to do in order to use those Ukrainian children to try to solve their own demographic problem with stolen children. Nobody in the world is going to accept that's acceptable. No one is going to, at a peace, any country if asked is going to say, nah, that's not on. And if they are a country that wouldn't say that, they're either Russia or somebody who won't say it at all because they don't ever want it done to them, I can tell you. So, don't Johannes, he's not listening anymore, but don't fear if people say they're working toward a peace agreement or a ceasefire, because remember the other things that Zelensky said overnight, which are really important, which are Belarus. We see what you're doing there in relation to those targeting facilities that Russia's using to adjust ballistic missile fire onto our cities and kill our people. We see what you're doing. And I believe that it would be a reasonable for you to remove those facilities in a week. Otherwise, we'll be in to remove them ourselves. Doesn't that sound exactly like stuff I've said here before? That's exactly what Zelensky said to Lukashenko. He also said, we recognize that your refineries are keeping Russia alive for fuel. They last summer, 50,000 tons a month Lukoil imported from Belarus to keep their service station network alive. This year, all the oil companies are importing 173 tons a month of fuel from Belarus in order to keep the population and the military and the agriculture and commercial alive. 173 tons a year. And just remember that both of the refineries in Belarus, the big ones, are both at this time right now, as I'm speaking to you, valid targets for the Ukrainian military to strike, because Belarus is listed as a combatant in this war. They provided their facilities, their territory, and their facilities for Russia to carry out its initial invasion. They launched planes and missiles from their territory at the initial stage of the invasion. They participated in the theft of Ukrainian children, and hiding where those kids are and changing their identities. They're participating in this war today by these relay stations they operate for Russia in their country, and hosting nuclear weapons inside their country to threaten people. They are a combatant under the laws of armed conflict. Belarus is a combatant today. It has been through the kindness and generosity of Ukraine alone that they haven't already knocked out those refineries. But overnight, Zelensky did say, "We note that you're keeping Russia's fuel capabilities alive. We see it. We know you're doing it, and we know that you could stop it if you wanted to." Just saying, that these I love this. I mean, I love this direct stuff that Ukraine that Zelensky specifically is saying to whoever he's saying it to. Plain speaking to Vladimir, to Lukashenko, and plain speaking to, like he did in his letter to Putin. Just plain speaking is very, very good diplomatically. In many cases, it's just that we're oftentimes too polite or too shy or too whatever to do it. This is why I started off the program today saying I love women. I love women like Kaya Callas and Georgia Maloney, who say what they mean, and Jennie, when I let her say something, and mockers. And I love assertive women who are smart and know what they're doing and will do plain speaking to assholes who are doing the wrong thing, like Putin, like Trump, like all the authoritarians in the world. That we're way too polite to assholes. We're way too tolerant of intolerance, and we need to start being intolerant of intolerance. And the other thing that needs to happen, that I wish we could get across to everybody in Europe, is Putin needs to start worrying about what's going to happen to him and Russia, and not worry so much about what he's going to threaten to happen to Europe and all of Ukraine's allies. Have a think, pal. You need to start worrying about what's going to happen to you, because of all of your threats and the things that you're doing in relation to your performance on the battlefield. Frankly, you suck, Russia, and nobody's scared of you anymore. Jennie, would you like to add anything before we go to Karen?
Yeah, so I think that when you start speaking more frankly, at least it did for me, it comes with age. I don't give a fuck. I don't care if somebody doesn't like me anymore. That was the thing. People's approval of me is not part of the equation when I decide to do things. Um, I choose what I want to do because I like doing it. I don't know if that makes sense. My self worth is not dependent on outside validation. And I think those kind of women are really dangerous because they will speak their mind. Because even though they value your opinion and you're entitled to it, my self worth is not dependent on it. So I give less fucks now than I did when I was in my 20s and 30s, now that I am old. So if you need inspiration as to like a monetary value of your donation, play with the number 55 because I turned 55 yesterday. And I, yeah, I have less fucks in my bag of fucks. And I don't care because my self-worth and what I think of myself is not dependent on external validation, if that makes sense. And this is why women, older women, a little bit older, I'm not talking like Trump old women, should run the world. I think the world would look very different. And yes, Putin should have a long, hard think about what will happen to him. when the population rises up against him. He can only stay in that bunker for so long, and he is so paranoid that he thinks that anybody who brings him anything is out to get him. His enemies are out to get him, and they will get to him, even if they have to kill all of his stand-ins as well. But they will get him. No, let's go to Karen. Go ahead.
Did you say that to me, Jenny?
Yes.
Well, my name's not Karen.
Okay, well, good evening from Alaska. Anyway, I have a question that, okay, you briefly mentioned hardships to the Ukraine's agriculture. Okay, and that was a brief mention. And I have a nerdy question. Clear my throat a bit. I got a frog in my throat. I have a nerdy question that I have always wanted to ask somebody who knows chemistry. And you're a chemistry engineer. I've actually asked this question before, but there hasn't been anybody on who has been able to, excuse me, I took a drink trying to clear my throat here, who's had the knowledge. Okay, here's the thing. The Black Sea is highly anorexic at its deeper depths. And it's full
You mean
of...
anoxic.
Oh,
It doesn't need a
excuse me.
good feed. It doesn't have enough oxygen to degrade the material that
Anoxic.
Mhm.
Right. It's full of hydrogen sulfide. And this is exactly why I want to talk to a chemistry person, because I'm very much a layman. And you can correct me when I misstate something. So here's the thing. Ukraine has been highly dependent on fertilizer from Russia and from Belarus. And it is due to the natural gas situation, which has been a hardship. And this problem has now been compounded by the fact that the world is facing a fertilizer shortage due to problems in the Middle East. So that's going to compound Ukraine's issues. Okay, so anyway, Ukrainian farmers have been using less fertilizer on their crops as a result of this, and they kind of treat it like gold, you know. It's important. So here's the thing. What I read in my amateur search of Google is because it is trying to figure out how they make it. Well, it turns out that nitrogen fertilizers are primarily used in something called the Haber-Bosch process, and that requires stripping hydrogen from the methane found in natural gas and binding it with nitrogen from the air to create ammonia. Okay?
I love the Faber-Bosch process.
Okay, well, here's the thing. They're stripping hydrogen from the methane found in natural gas. Guess where there is a lot of hydrogen? In the bottom of the Black Sea. And
it's in the form of hydrogen sulfide, and there is a lot down there, but it's too diffuse to be able to collect and use in the process you're talking about. Would be better for Ukraine to continue to develop its any of the sulfurous coal or gas that it has on its own territory, or just continue to buy fertilizer in from other friendly countries. I think, Karen, it could be possible, but it's a little bit of a weird chemistry exploration and production exercise to get into during a war when Russia can explode everything as you try to put it in.
Okay, maybe post-war, because it's
probably
it's
not.
sad.
It still won't be cheap enough.
Really?
Yeah, no.
Oh wow.
Easy. Look, the easiest place to get sulfur from. Remember, we used to not want it at all. The best place to get sulfur from long term is going to be to keep the Strait of Hormuz open so that we can get all that sour gas in those countries no longer, not to be flared, because they flared gas down there for like 20 years to get rid of the high sulfur content as they took it out of the refining process. But then when sulfur became more valuable, then the Haber-Bosch process, which is a 19th century process, but is capable of producing fertilizers that became ever more and more and more important after the Second World War. And most of these sour gas plants have sulfur plants on them that do a recirculating system that collects up all the nasty sulfur out of all the different fuels and concentrates it into a circulating amine process that they then do physical and chemical processes to remove it from the absorbed into the gas, and then they do a thermal chemical process on it to convert it into elemental sulfur and some sulfur dioxide and nitrogen oxide and others. And then they recombine some of that and they turn it into ammonia and ammonia fertilizer. So it's a petrochemical plant essentially at the end of your refinery that produces a fertilizer from natural gas, essentially.
Is there anything useful that they can do with that hydrogen sulfide that they have tons of? All those countries.
The stuff at the
along
bottom
there.
of the ocean.
Yeah, at the Black Sea, because there is so much of it.
Yes, but as there is in total mass, but what is the concentration in the fluid of the salt water at the bottom of that ocean? What's the concentration?
What would it have to be useful?
I don't know. You do the homework and tell me what the number is, and I'll work out the math and tell you if it's economic.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
That's the way
All
we
right.
work
Well,
around
thanks.
here, lady.
That was kind of a side question because if the
bigger
if agriculture is affected,
where
of course it's going to hurt Ukraine.
So where's the article you read that said that Ukrainian farmers across the board are facing shortages of sulfur and nitrogen fertilizer this summer?
Okay. Let's see. I'm looking here. Okay.
All right. If you could find it, come back.
There is an article from the Federal. There's a newsletter from the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis that said how the Russia-Ukraine war helped fuel fertilizer prices.
Okay, I'm following.
But I'll do. It basically is. It is different sources quoted by Google, and I can run them down. And then there's the American Natural Gas Association.
Well, this is and this is why I asked. This is a particular problem in both these references you've cited are U.S. references, and they're particularly concerned about shortage of nitrogen and sulfur fertilizers in America because of tariffs and then because of this war. The double whammy over there, I think, is hitting them as hard. I was just curious to see if those articles actually cite Ukrainian farmers as being short on or paying exorbitant prices for fertilizers, because I haven't read the Ukrainian connection in these U.S.
I will run that down. It was basically my Google AI, and I should have pinned down the source before I actually ask you this.
Well, just
it
says if something's going to be a problem,
it says
confirm your
Ukraine
problem before you do
faces
the solution.
Ukraine faces both a severe domestic and broader disruptions to supply chains stemming from the ongoing conflict with Russia. The war has severely damaged domestic fertilizer production and the distribution network, while global sanctions and shipping disruptions, including ongoing tensions in the Middle East, have kept international prices volatile. So Ukraine isn't the only one suffering from this, but they are suffering from it. Okay. That's what was quoted
That's
to
no,
me.
that is exactly right. Ukraine are international buyers for those things. So what we need to know is Ukraine suffering any worse than the United States or Australia or anywhere else that was getting material from the Gulf area, because that would exacerbate the problem. But the overall problem is Ukraine's at war, and the some of the economic support that they're getting from, like the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank and other people that have given them loans that aren't military loans and military equipment, they're humanitarian loans. Those sorts of things go to addressing commercial and social imbalances inside Ukraine during the war, and they would do things like support fertilizer subsidies for Ukraine. I don't know if they're actually doing that, but that's so Ukraine is getting some aid in that area that they're probably using. It'd be nice if they got more, but the United States decided to cut Ukraine off. So be it. America will have its own problem with fertilizers because of, as I say, the double whammy of the tariffs that Trump put on everything earlier in the year, and his war in Iran, which shut off the source of the world's big new source of sulfur and nitrogen fertilizers since the Second World War. But there are other sources around the world. They just make them more valuable and more costly to get. And both Ukraine and America are competing in that marketplace for those materials. Guess who else is? Russia is. And now, this is because so anything that's hurting Ukraine in this area is hurting Russia equally as bad. Because remember, Russia,
And we need to bomb their fertilizer plants.
and they are, aren't they? They're bombing.
Not the fertilizer, the gas
No,
plants,
no, no,
yes.
no,
So
no,
they'll
no, no,
have
no, no,
less
no.
stuff.
How many times have we mentioned a factory that got hit called Azot here?
Oh, that's right. Okay, ASOS. Okay.
Now, the other place we've said that we have reveled over strikes on in Russia, particularly in the condensate management side, is the Astrakhan gas facility, which is probably the major supplier, along with the one in Yekaterinburg, of elemental sulfur inside Russia. So Ukraine has been striking at the base stocks for fertilizer at the same time they've been striking at the base stocks for ammunition. And so if Ukraine has a problem here, Russia will have it just as bad and possibly worse, because remember, Ukraine always bought fertilizer on the international market. You know who didn't? Russia. Russia's having to buy everything. They're having to buy fertilizer. They're having to buy petrol. They're a fuel. They're a gas station, and they got to buy fuel from the guy down the road to fill their tanks.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I will do some homework on this because that has always been nagging at the back of my mind to have something that contains elements that could be useful, but there's no way to get at it. And it's always kind of bothered me that all that, is sat at the bottom of the Black Sea. And I will do more reading on that and share what I find. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. Jennie, do you have a subject you'd like to move on to before I move to something boring and economic?
No, because I wonder if we're gonna do the same, and I want to hear your take on it.
Oh
Because
no,
there
you do
was
you do yours first, and I'll see if we got the same.
okay. So actually, the first one is have you heard about the database that Ukraine has launched with all the Russian technology?
Oh yeah, but I didn't put the tweet in the nest. Let me go find it while you talk.
So yeah, this is amazing. So I would say that Ukraine is the one that has the best knowledge outside of Russia on what Russia actually has, and they have launched a database called Trophy Lab, and anybody can take part in detailed information about Russian weapons that Ukraine has had access to and has been able to look over during this war. This was announced by Fedorov on Telegram. Every missile, drone, and vehicle that have been confiscated on the battlefield is now a source of knowledge for the free world. This is amazing. I just can't believe that they did this. And even they I hope that they charge. You can do like one search a day if you don't pay. And if you want to unlock another search, you have to watch like a gazillion ads, or you pay, because that way Ukraine can make money and they can stand to make a fortune off of this, since they have been able to pick apart the the weapons that Russia has. What do you think?
Well, they aren't in fact charging for it. I agree that it is very valuable. What I think they're doing is building incredible good amounts of soft power by allowing other allied countries to have access to their database, and it just shows how they've further, like you call gamified. I would call it sciencified this war. That they are using every method at their inventive and innovative disposal to win this war, and that includes being phenomenally methodical and scientific about their characterization and forensic evaluation of all these weapons that they've kept and putting it in a database so that they can use it, giving it access to their allies, just further shows what a huge intelligence source that Ukraine is, that's valuable to everybody. And they don't, frankly, want it back in cash. They want it back in you. You also sharing intelligence and expertise with us, and finance, but not give us money. Help us invest in a plant that's building the things to counter these things, and you can take some of the output, and we'll take some of the output. That's the Ukraine method has been, and I think it's worked really, really, really well. And they're building themselves up as being, rather than being greedy and saying we've got this thing, and you're all going to pay me for it. It's better to say we've got this thing and we're going to share it all with you, so that you share all your stuff with us, so that the pie grows for everyone. But you have to be a person who's interested in the common good in order to do that, to join that club. And Ukraine sharing it with its friends. The only cost, I would say, should be that the people tell them what they're going to give Ukraine in return for this share. What are they willing to share? That would be the only thing I want. And it doesn't have to be anything. It can be money, could be intelligence, could be manufacturing capability, could be contacts with other folks, could be whatever. But uh, uh, charging for it and being mercantilistic about it in the first instance, I think it's I just don't think it's Ukraine's way, and I think that it'll be far more valuable for them to get stuff the other way. Because, like, I'll note, right, we were talking the other day about there are sections of the military in America, Don Driscoll on down, uh, and in the intelligence area in the CIA, who really recognize the value of Ukraine and always have, like since 2021, 2022, and they've always said we're getting more from Ukraine, or equal or more from Ukraine than we're giving them in support in intelligence and everything else. So um, making sure those people are always on side, or maintaining those people on side, even if the leadership and the administration aren't, right. Trump has just appointed his guy Pulte to go in and fire everybody he can in the intelligence agencies that would not do his bidding. And part of that would be, they'd be trying to wipe out anybody who was on Ukraine's side. So, this may be the utility of having America involved will further fall away for Ukraine in value, but they'll probably give the Yanks access to it anyway for their, the CIA and the Army in America, until such time as all the good people out of there get fired, is probably worth sharing with. And I think they'll continue doing it. But it is really cool, the wealth of information they have in there. It's the first tweet in the nest on the left. Dominic Hauschad has a link to it, and yeah, Jenny, I think this is a great thing.
It really is. And I giving it away for free is amazing. It also kind of forces Russia to try to do something and come up with new stuff, and all their military secrets are now just online, and nothing ever dies online, does it? So this is a really great thing that
Not
they're
if you're Scott Ritter.
I that is so true. Uh, wasn't he at the speed, or was that somebody else except for Candace Owens? Because I've noticed that, there's like a common theme among the men that go to Russia. They all like young girls, very young. Anyway, the other piece of news that might be the same as yours is that they have lowered the interest rate, and I don't know the English word. The main one, they have lowered it to 14.25%, and I don't understand why they're doing this. Um,
Well, so yeah, this is the next big story I've got up in the nest, titled "She Lives, She Lives." I was I I was honestly earlier today I was thinking about digging out a meme manufacturer because NAFO Australia put up these really excellent puppy dog missing things earlier in the war for Gerasimov and Shoigu and other people as they would go disappear in Russia. And I was going to make up the fake back of the milk carton missing child thing ad for Nabalina, but she appeared because of course I got confused and she's not she doesn't the Reserve Bank or the central bank in Russia doesn't put out its findings on Tuesday like they do in the workers paradise. They do theirs on Friday. So she was actually scheduled to show up on Friday, and she showed up, and so the best case scenario I outlined for Russia was that she would show up, she would give her rate determination and answer questions from the media. So that's the best. So disaster averted from that perspective. But then she did go on extensively about how bad how bad inflation is inside Russia and how they absolutely need to combat it. What's the tool that central banks usually use to combat rising inflation, Yenny?
they raised the rent,
They
the rates.
raise those rates, yes. Now, the last time that Nabalina was allowed to raise rates in Russia caused this is like 6 months ago caused such an outrage for doing the right thing to try to curb inflation in Russia that several members of the Duma were ready to have a fatwa on her and wanted her ousted and she's like, yeah, please, I'd be happy to quit. But Putin said she couldn't quit, but that they did need to start lowering interest rates to make small, medium, and large businesses able to not have liquidity problems. In just can't get a loan for any reason, whatever. And if I could get it, I can't afford it. So I started the march downward of interest rates from 18%, and that has caused economic situation in Russia to get worse and worse and worse. But back then, Nabalina was required, regardless of what she thinks, to abandon her major tool for addressing interest because she had capitulated. They'd given up worrying about where interest rates went in Russia, and now they're going down this track of the slowly, and then probably snap to oblivion, which is where they'll end up. But what's happened is they're just trying to hide it, right? Russia has been playing the money around, recapitalizing the banks with by printing money, then requiring the banks to do these loans back to the federal government so that they can carry on their war. And the circle goes round and round. Well, that will also cause drastic amounts of inflation to show up in the economy, and it has. But of course, she's not allowed to that every month. They just keep either leaving them the same or taking down interest rates a quarter of a percentage, like today or whatever, just as a pantomime to things are getting better when we know they're getting worse. And we know they are getting worse because they're getting more opaque. And last week, you probably don't remember because we haven't told you about the fact that in the last 2 weeks, the Duma, the Russian Duma, I'm sure you're a big follower of the Duma's work. They rushed through a law that allows that strips the Duma itself of any control over the budgetary process. That's a really good thing when your legislature will do that, huh? They Prime Minister Mishustin's introduced a bill that I'll give you the details in a second, and the Duma adopted it, including all three readings of it in a single day. Now, I'm not sure if you know how parliamentary process works, but if you've ever looked at a parliamentary process work in like Ukraine, the first, second, third readings of laws before they become laws can take months, especially if they have to do with something like a mobilization. Um, and but not in Russia. If you want to do major changes to your banking system, you take it in on Tuesday and bada bing. Friday it'll be done, and by the next time they publish the Federal Register in Russia, you can do this. Now the Russian government, Putin by decree, can increase spending beyond the budgeted amount without amending the budget itself and without reporting on the purposes or reasons for the overspending at all. The government of the day can borrow money on the domestic market in excess of the national debt limit. So take the handbrake off there. Now it can grant regions deferrals on budget loans until 2030. Now the federal government is going to loan imaginary money to the regions and defer any repayment on those loans for 4 more years. And that, when they do that, if any regions take advantage of that, it will increase inflation for them within their region, and it will also increase inflation at the federal level if they don't pay those loans back to Russia, because Russia will have to recapitalize the banks that they're not getting paid back to because they've deferred all their payments from. So look, this is what a government in desperation does if they want to still fake like they have uh, a normally budgeted, a normal operating government with any sort of market economy. They have to pass these sorts of things so that they can still say we have a market economy and they're working inside of it, but can become so opaque that the government can do whatever they want without any even telling people about it, keep it all secret. And that this is when they start pumping so much money into the economy that they want to operate, the defense industry, to pay all their bills, but they'll be continually paying with fake money to the population, and the population will find that everything they want to buy will start to spiral out of control. Not just cost a bit more every year. Every time I come back and look at things in Australia, like I'll go away for a month and come back, and I'll notice everything costs just a little bit more. Thank you, Mr. Trump, for your war in Iran. But these sorts, you notice these things happening. Well, the inflation at 35% is going to be phenomenally punishing to anybody who gets a paycheck for anything. And if that continues, those people are eventually going to either have to stop doing the work they're doing or take another job in addition to the job that they've got. And that other job will probably take up some of the exact same hours they're supposed to be spending on their main job. And they will then get into arrangements where people will punch them in. The we'll pretend to work and you pretend to pay us model that permeated the Soviet Union so badly that economic efficiency and corruption caused that system to collapse. And we're headed for another collapse in Russia. Don't know exactly when, but this current legislation passed by the Duma in one day is like lighter fuel on that barbecue, Jenny. And yeah, Nabalina said everything's bad, horrible. I'll tell you, inflation, 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 and so we're going to reduce the federal interest rate by 1/4 of 1%. And the best part is, I should find this video. You should see the video, her facial expression as she delivers the line in response to a reporter. And I thanks to everybody who was worried. I had a cold that I lost my voice for a while. Yeah, you sure did, lady. But she gave a very interesting smirk. So she goes, "Thank you to everyone who is genuinely concerned about my well-being."
Well, there's so many things that popped into my head when you were talking, and one of them was, I guess, the order that Putin gave, um, inflation didn't listen to him because he did. I remember it must have been like over a year ago now, that where he ordered inflation to avoid Russia. He's like, nope,
Yeah,
I forbid it, and I'm like,
yeah. That
this,
inflation, it's a bit like a red cat, though.
yeah, you can pretend that you control them, or yeah, it to me that was just hilarious, and especially seeing now, and yeah, it's going to be deliciously exciting, and I hope that no other country except for maybe North Korea and China tries to bail Russia out this time. I hope they just let them collapse. I understand that my grandkids will curse me for wanting this because unlike me, I had to learn Soviet Union, Moscow. My kids had to learn a few more countries and a few more capitals. My grandkids will probably have to learn, like, I don't know, what, 20 new countries because of this. But I will help them with their geography.
I hate to tell
So
you, it's going to be more like 60.
I'm I will still help my grandkids, eventual grandkids. Neither of my sons, thank goodness, are wanting to have kids yet. But I will help them with their geography. I will drill them. It was a lot easier when I went to school because Yugoslavia, one country. Today it's five. The same geographical region, but it's five countries, five capitals. Czechoslovakia, one country, one capital. Now it's two. And Russia will be 60 instead of the Soviet Union.
It'll be Moscow, Leningrad, and Leningradsky, and former Absurdistan 1 through 63.
Yeah, and the one that I really look forward to, and this is because it actually affects the Nordics. So in the Nordics, we have the Sami population. It's a they're
Is that how you say
indigenous.
that? Sami instead of Sumi. I always said Sumi.
Suomi is
Somi,
Finland,
okay.
but Sami is a population. In Swedish, it's called Samer, and they are sort of nomadic. I think that with modern day society, they are more stationary than they used to. They follow the reindeer herds, and so they have like a place where they go in the summer and a place in the winter for the most part. And they have their own culture. They even have a parliament, and they were the first people to be able to move across country borders in the Nordics without a passport. Because if you were a Swedish Sami, then maybe your summer pasture was in Norway and they could go to Norway. That was never an issue. They were sort of exempt. Now everybody's exempt. Uh, and but the ones that were cut off, so they are this would be similar to the Native Americans. And they actually have the entire Arctic area as their roaming. But the ones that were never allowed to pass any country border were the Russian ones or the Soviet ones up in Murmansk. And so they have been cut off. And there most likely are familial ties between the Nordic ones and the Russian ones, but they're still not allowed to visit. And I think that between like the fall of the Soviet Union and until 2022, they could travel between the countries and actually visit, but a lot of them were completely cut off from their families. So I want that to be their own, in like the part in Russia to be its own country so that they can start going back and forth again. They it's really shitty of the Russians. Not surprisingly, but it is really, really shitty. So the collapse of Russia cannot happen fast enough, and we have all these new. Anyways, back to you.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree. I see we're going to have mockers come up here, and we're going to do a co-host swap pretty soon. I just want to note that our daily graph is provided by Beefeater. I cannot go past a graph. It has to go in the nest. I love a graph. I love a graph almost as much as mockers likes an unmanned ground vehicle. But I'll just note that for travel season in Russia is very shitty statistically this year because you can see the amount of airport suspensions due to drone operations in Russia. And well, you can look at that graph and smile. It's a nice graph. There's also a battle damage assessment up there on the oil depot Ust-Labinsk that's over in eastern Krasnodar. But this is the one that one of the ones I was showcasing that is has been attacked more for its location than for its volume of storage. But this one, of course, was also attacked because of its lack of fire protection, meaning that if you start a good fire in part of it, the entire thing will burn down. And the satellite photos have now confirmed that that is the case. And I'll let mockers talk about Lieutenant General Sergei Koblyas's untimely death. But I just want to note that in if they accusing you of doing it, they're doing it already themselves. Basket is multiple locations in Russia. There are videos that have been exposed of exactly what Russia used to claim that Ukraine was bussifying everyone, their bussification. And you know what? There was some like the people in vans that looked a bit like press gangs in Ukraine, capturing people, men they thought that were eligible for mobilization and hadn't reported and done anything like that. But remember, back in early 2023, all of the recruitment heads and their staff at all the regions were fired. And Ukraine has done great efforts to try to eliminate any any inappropriate um, conscription of men to serve their country. But remember, noting, however, um, inappropriate apprehension of people who need to conscript. But that doesn't mean that anybody in Ukraine who's a male between the ages of 25 and 60 doesn't have to do the responsible thing and register themselves for conscription and serve their country if called upon. I would do it. Everyone should serve their country because Ukraine truly is all in this together. People that can get valid exemptions and whatever, but nobody wants to be grabbed off the street and have to answer questions about what's going on. And so Ukraine has largely eliminated that, and Ukraine has modified the approach to it for the people doing those checks, which are legally valid, but you don't want them to be turned into confrontations or fights and things. But they have to do that job. And these are guys who've served on the front lines themselves that have come back and probably have a disability or they're rotating through it, and they do that. It's a required and should be respected job being a recruitment officer. They did clean out the ranks of the corrupt. There are always corrupt people everywhere. I'm not saying bussification never ever happens in Ukraine, but it's not supposed to. There are approaches to making sure you can report it and eliminate it if it does happen to you. And we know that Ukraine's made great strides in that area because Russia, for a while, was continually trying to drum up all this concern about bussification in Ukraine, most of which ended up being fabricated by Russia, because, as I said, it just isn't that prevalent. Meanwhile, inside Russia, we can show you dozens of videos from Russian news channels of them doing migration raids on facilities, construction sites, and Wildberries warehouses, and all the places that Russia gets migrants in to go to work, they do raids on those folks, put them all on buses, and those guys do get press ganged into being in the Russian army and going to fight in their meat grinder. And we know that because of interviews that have been done with captured soldiers from the Russian side. So this is another case. Well, guess what? Russia's in dire need of people now, and they are actually doing the thing that they accused Ukraine of doing, capturing men off the streets of Penza and other locations, putting them on the bus, and you have to prove your way out of that process. That's how you get out of that process. Well, some of these people's relatives tried to drag them off the bus or drag them away from the officers before they put them on the bus. But if you don't, I'm telling you, escaping from the recruitment center is not just a matter of bureaucracy, simple bureaucracy, but you'd better have all your bureaucracy correct, or you're going to end up in a training camp before you know it, and then 3 days later on the front lines in Ukraine. That's what the truth is happening now in Russia, and they don't. Because as I say, if Russia accuses Ukraine of doing it, I guarantee you that Russia's doing it already themselves. And that's 302 for me. So, Jennie, I will apologize for not letting you speak nearly enough and ranting at people. And I will thank you very much for sitting with me as always. And I will sign off.
About time he shut up, innit?
Off he went. Well,
Oh,
thank
I
you,
love a
Will.
hook in the morning.
For anybody who's concerned, he loves it. It's not something that he minds. Uh, Thank you, Will, for letting me babysit you today. I don't mind not speaking. I woke up like 30 seconds before I came on, so I was still waking up for a while as you were talking, which is always great.
I watched 4 football matches and I'm wired for sound.
Well, the thing is, we're now entering the bright period where I have almost no darkness, so I stay way past my bedtime, and it's not healthy when I have to get up early in the morning. But thank you everybody who came and listened, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Remember, it's now Midsummer's Day, and you get to party and dance and stuff. So, Slava Ukraini,
And
fuck Russia. That's important. Fuck Russia. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, folks, for getting us started. And guess what? There's been some booms, There's been quite a few booms. I thought we had Katinka with her hand up, but we seem to have lost her. So, Will, you must have just talked too long and she had to go. So let's start with a few things. Did you see that they've been putting shelters, little concrete shelters, in various places in Russia? I mean, in one place in St. Petersburg, in some of the suburbs of Moscow, they've been putting up these little concrete shelters. And that sounds like a great idea, doesn't it? How many of these concrete shelters will be used as urinals? Because all of them, I can just imagine that that's going to be the case. Either that or they will be used for other nefarious purposes. So what say you, Firefella?
It's got to be all of them, Mockers, because it's got to be better than the indoor plumbing they've got, because they haven't got any indoor plumbing, have they? Yeah, so Moscovites and people in St. Petersburg aren't known for their, how can I put it nicely? Yeah. They're not known for not pissing everywhere all the time, are they? Because they drink too much vodka, Mockers. And I want to know how their Russian generals keep falling out of windows. You know anything about that?
Well, I'm still not seeing a full-on verification of this guy's death, so I didn't really, I don't know until it's verified and we see a obituary for him. I just take it as rumor. So yeah, but once again, rumor of somebody falling out of a window, and falling out of a window is well, it's code, isn't it? For we took this guy out because we didn't like whatever he was up to, whatever he was doing. So you lot better be careful. It's a warning, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the same as fires and shoe factories and timber yards and stuff like that, isn't it? It's a cover story. That's all it is. And I heard there was 2 sets of angry birds last night. Did you see that?
I did, with an awful lot heading towards what appeared to be Moscow. So it looks as though, Moscow is indeed going to be having their air defence tested again. Now, I saw a little joke yesterday by a Muscovite, and it said, "Don't worry, we're still exceeding all expectations because Ukraine managed to hit Moscow 3 times, and our own air defence managed to hit Moscow 4 times. So, we're still exceeding all expectations. We're still doing better than the Ukrainians." And I thought that was, that sort of thing, very fun. Yes, that is the sort of thing which we're expecting, to continue to be a problem for them. That they're going to hit themselves just as much as Ukraine hits them. It's a bit like punching yourself in the face repeatedly.
My God,
Um,
Mockers, an actual lucid moment out of the vodka-induced coma that they're in. Well played, sir.
Yeah, exactly. Now, some booms, because I love a boom. So yes, there was quite a few booms in Crimea over the last couple of days. One of which was a large gas storage facility, which is apparently underground. So, there's lots of things on fire, shall we say? So, there was, yeah. Sorry, I've got so many things on fire in my bookmarks here that we just have to get to the right one. So we'll start off with this. I think that the Crimean rail bridge was taken out at Urozdolny in occupied Crimea. The Grand Service Express has had to cancel service on the line now for 2 days in a row. So that's nice, isn't it? But of course, it's not only Crimea that's experiencing some emotional times. Mariupol, the port area, again received some sort of unscheduled visits. So the Russian base in the port was hit. And apparently Mariupol having a bit of a fuel crisis. Who'd have thought? Oh, yes, right. You've talked about undeclared mobilization in a number of regions in Russia, which is, awkward for them, isn't it? So we have the Belgorod region, a military airfield. Satellite monitoring records significant open burning at the airfield, which is, again, really lovely to see. Right, we've talked about them concrete shelters, lovely. In occupied Crimea, the Bachkasarai fuel depot was hit by drones and is still on fire this morning. I think this is, this is not the one that was underground, I think. It's very difficult to tell when people don't put all their details in the flipping title. Thank you. Tavrisia thermal power plant is also burning in occupied Crimea, just in case, you thought it was just that. Locals report a large missile strike. These are what I imagine are the jet drones that they're using, these BARS drones, which are technically a small cruise missile. And this hit the gas pipeline in the Krasnogorsk district, that one. Belgorod, also under MLRS attack. Belgorod, remember that place? Yeah, right, okay. So there was a particularly large attack on Crimea overnight. Fires recorded at the thermal power plant, gas distribution station, and in Simferopol. In Simferopol district, there there is, I think, an oil and gas storage facility belonging to the TES company. There's also another fire at the bridge near Henechensk that leads to Crimea. And lots of red squares all over the darned place on firms. I would say that Ukraine is continuing to make the place untenable. So they carried out another strike on the bridge across the Henechensk Strait. Fire was reported on the north side. This connects the occupied mainland of Kherson with the Arabat Spit, which then takes you into Crimea. If reports are accurate, a strike here is notable because the crossing is one of the logistics routes used between occupied southern Ukraine and Crimea. Another fire appears to be quite close to the bridge. It could indicate damage to vehicles, infrastructure, or nearby support facilities. Satellite imagery is awaited. There is an awful lot of this now that the Russians have been building, would you say bridges? They've been putting some pontoon bridges up, but they've also been putting some basically pushing a pile of dirt into the water there to create sort of, a bridge made of dirt that would be more difficult to take out. But that doesn't mean that Ukraine can't target it still. Go ahead, Firefella, did you want to add something?
No, I just wanted to say for all those porn people that like a bit of drone porn in the morning, I found the bars tweet from Chuck Barr, so it's in there. It's a turbojet powered cruise missile stroke hybrid strike drone is its actual name. So they're getting a few of them in Moscow at the moment. So if you want to see that, it's in the nest, people. Third from the left. Carry on, Moggers. Sorry.
No, you're quite all right. Also, what have we got here? Occupied Luhansk, located on the P07 highway between Starobilsk and Svatove. There is a village which is a known Russian logistics hub. It was identified by Magyar's birds in May and earlier again this month. And now there is a new thermal anomaly on NASA firms at what appears to be a warehouse complex. So there is a large warehouse there, which could be used to store all sorts of things, as you might imagine. So interesting to note. Now, I'm just getting on to something here. There we go. Right, okay. So we have just all sorts of tales coming out of what's been going on. But I wanted in particular to talk a little bit about how, well, things are now getting bad inside Russia. It would appear that Putin has arrested one of his previous inner circle, shall we say. And there just seems to be some general unrest as a result of, what's going on. Now, this guy went for his, what would you call it? He went for his preliminary hearing yesterday. And in this preliminary hearing, he looked a bit surprised, I'll be honest. So this is somebody who was considered untouchable. And this is a sign of things not being well at all. Ilya Treba, one of the most protected figures from the old St. Petersburg circle, reportedly detained along with his two business partners. And this is not just an oligarch arrest story. This guy was never a normal businessman or a normal oligarch. I'm going to sneeze. Thank you. This guy was Putin's man.
Oh, bless.
Thank you, darling. Always protected, always assisted. Part of the deep 1990s network of port mafia logistics, Baltic infrastructure, Ust-Luga, Primorsk, St. Petersburg. Rumours have it, this was the man behind Putin getting his first job at the Kremlin in 1996. People like Traber were never supposed to be touched. For decades, he was indeed untouchable. All sorts of scandals came and went. Investigations just stopped or disappeared. Putin's system, however, has changed Russia to a full war economy. Traber has stayed in his place all this time, but now the central FSB apparatus is involved. The first deputy FSB director himself personally came to St. Petersburg for the operation. That guy's called Sergei Korolev, in case you need to know. This is not just a criminal case. This is the very earthquaking in their political system. There is some suggestions that Putin is now so paranoid he doesn't even trust his lifelong friends. And there is a picture of him in the courtroom listening to the judge detaining him for 2 months, which is standard practice in Russia. Every 2 months, they will prolong your detention. And I've got to say, he looks a little bit surprised. So there's stuff going on. Now, as well as these very high-level ructions, we've got people on the streets who no longer give a shit. And this appears to be the young. Because remember, the people in the middle are, they're thoroughly brainwashed. They know what's going on, but they choose not to believe it, or choose just to ignore it until their own house is on fire. But it would appear that the teenagers are feral. They're loose, feral. The security apparatus, that has long kept everybody in check. The masses of Oman and police and all of these other, security systems. Basically, if anybody as much as looked the wrong way, there'd be plenty of these guys standing around to tell you not to. Well, they've all sort of disappeared in certain places. And in Yekaterinburg especially, apparently, they're nowhere to be found. And these massive group of feral children decided the best thing to do was go on a robbing spree and see what happened. And so gone is the fear of the state in this particular territory. And I wonder if this is because of, just general desperation, or whether they just had nothing better to do. But either way, school children looted 5 stores, grabbing everything they could. They stole goods worth 50,000 rubles. And when I say goods, I mean a lot of it was food. There's people running around with melons and, all sorts of stuff like that. These are called Zumas, apparently. They've given them a name already. And they stole goods worth 50,000 rubles. And after the raid, they ran into a nearby residential complex where a security guard was forced to defend himself with pepper spray because they were attacking him. This is sort of a symptom of Russia. It's just another symptom. 50,000, they should have aimed higher. They absolutely should. But, you see, everybody has been stealing everything from the state. And these kids are just doing it more overtly, They learned this from their parents, who learned this from the government, basically. In the regions, you are going to see lawlessness. Now, right now, it only looks like remember them kids that ran through the Scientology buildings? It looks something like that, except with looting. They're probably filming it over TikTok or whatever. But these are the kids that listen to rock music instead of propaganda. Now, I have to laugh as well, right? They robbed 4 shops almost completely empty. And 50,000 rubles, someone said here, is about £400. So that just goes to show that, this is the case. But you see, Russians normally go around looting other people's countries. However, they can't arrest them all, can they? Arrest all of them? It'd be very difficult to. Especially when they don't seem to have the security apparatus in place that they used to previously. And I just think that, there is some sort of pushback. Things are changing. Putin's no longer relying on his old friends anymore. In fact, if anything, he's now looting their pocket. And I'm sure that changes some minds. I think this guy went down purely because he does have some sort of power, and Putin can't have that. And on the other end of the spectrum, the kids are saying, you know what, you've broken the social contract. Why should we keep, our part of the bargain? If we want something, we're just going to go and take it now. There's too many of us for you to do anything about. And they got a point, haven't they? Little tinkers. So I can see a general breakdown just of, the rules of society. I'm sure that this will encourage others because you know what people are like. We do love a copycat, don't we? I'm just thinking out aloud. If this happened in the UK, for example, that there would be repercussions, wouldn't there? There would be police stopping them when they got about halfway through their robbing spree. Nobody turned up to pick these children up. Now, they might turn up at their houses tomorrow morning, but these kids are all just going to go, what? Wasn't us. Prove it. Any videos that have been released have their faces blurred. So I'm sure, there's going to be no proof available. I'm sure they'll have cleaned their phones by now. Anyway, just thought I would mention that these things are going to start happening more and more. Now,
What are you trying to say, Mockers? Are you trying to say Russian society is starting to crack and fall to bits under the pressure of losing the war against Ukraine? Can't believe that.
well, these things happen. These things happen. I mean, look, Russia has this sort of, history of mafias and lawlessness and gangs sort of floating to the top and them being the people to run things. And they're just, they're just carrying on that fine tradition of Russian society. Now, talking of fine traditions, I've got a little tale for you. Why is it Russian anti-drone units fail to shoot down drones? Well, one Russian drone developer, Alexei Chadiev, says they have numerous deficiencies. And this is the problem. Bad communications, uncoordinated, lack of training, and, would you believe, drunkenness? Oh, shocking. All of this undermines Russia's drone defences. Chadiev wrote on his Telegram channel, "You can surround yourself with all sorts of equipment. Radars, machine guns, state-of-the-art interceptors, and still miss an incoming aircraft because of the problem with the padding between the steering wheel and the seat." In other words, the person. When mobile fire teams are afraid to shoot down drones, because what if there is another one coming after this one? What if it crashes somewhere wrong and that gets called in and we get the blame for taking out a shopping centre, for example? Or observers on duty may even be asleep or drunk at their posts. I mean, just, gosh, who would have thought that would have happened? When a radar operator doesn't know how to properly set the sensitivity to both spot targets and avoid false alarms, sometimes they don't set it properly at all, or at all. When 4 different radars, none of them linked into a single surveillance system, so show the same drone as 4 different ones, and the system reports there are 4 targets detected, and it turns out nobody is willing to try and intercept it, when there are really 4 different tracks being followed by different routes, except it's the same drone just being seen from 4 different angles. When there is a drone threat, mobile communication is completely cut off. The mobile task forces simply have no communication. They have no way of knowing where they're supposed to go to try and intercept. When entire territories choose the transit strategy, like, if it's not flying towards us, then we're not going to touch it. The main thing is that we ourselves do not end up in the news. We wouldn't want to shoot something down and have it land on one of our important buildings, for example, so they just watch it go by. And Ukraine have kept saying this. If you leave our drones alone, they will just go and hit their targets and they won't bother you at all. And some of the outlying regions have decided that, yes, this is the best way to deal with them. We won't turn up in the news if we just leave them alone and let them go on to their main target, which is probably at this point Moscow. When there is simply no instruction on the mandate set of actions for facility defences, headquarters, and everything is improvised on the fly, often choosing the strategy of whoever hid the best will not be blamed. So basically they're all just like, yeah, nothing to do with me, I'm just going into hiding, and then, because I knew nothing about it, I cannot be blamed. Now, if everybody does that, nobody actually deals with the problem. It's very Russian, isn't it? It's very Russian, that. When the operator of a powerful anti-air artillery complex standing to protect an object during an attack shoots all the ammunition in the first 2 minutes and then has none spare and is forced to sit and watch as it flies into the protected perimeters. So that's a little problem. That's called premature ejaculation, and you could probably see somebody about that. When interceptors with auto guidance are simply launched into the sky upon notification, and then people are surprised when nothing is shot down, simply not knowing what conditions must be met for a confident target. Well, that is true. So the minute you hear about, a drone in your area, you just set off your interceptors and cross your fingers and hope for the best. Yeah. You don't wait for it to get close by. You don't look for it. You just go, oh well, an interceptor will deal with that, no doubt. Yes, this doesn't work. When some defenders launch their interceptor drones, and other defenders, without telling anyone at the same time, turn on the electronic warfare, and the first immediately lose contact with any of their targets. Oh dear. So basically they're just sabotaging themselves, which is, again, no problem with that. When Rosbirnadzor, the Federal Service for the Supervision of Natural Resources, finally comes to the plant owners, who have spent several days extinguishing fires after landings, and then impose upon them a multi-million ruble fine for the environmental damage. Oh dear.
Excuse me?
To add insult to injury, the places that have been attacked and are on fire are then fined for the environmental damage.
What, for not putting the fire out?
Well, for being attacked in the first place and having a fire that caused, damage to nearby environment, black rain and all of that sort of stuff. So,
Jesus H. Christ.
To add insult to injury, not only are you attacked and you then have to deal with a massive fire and the consequences of that, some guy with a briefcase turns up shortly after and says, oh, by the way, you see all the environmental problems that this just caused? Well, that's your fault. Nice. It's a good revenue stream, though, isn't it? So he goes on to say, this is not about technology at all. It is about people, personnel, and organisation. I will repeat what I have previously written. The reluctance of highly qualified civilian specialists to sign contracts with the Ministry of Defence, including in the unmanned systems forces. Because you know what happens? They sign up for the unmanned systems forces and they end up on the front line in Ukraine, which is, quite different to what they were promised. And people have cottoned on to this now. So this doesn't help at all. An unwillingness to help our motherland Well, it's an unwillingness to be, suicided by force. That probably isn't something that people want to sign up for, really. In practice, they are more than willing to help on their own in their capacity as civilian specialists. We need a civilian infrastructure for unmanned aircraft and counter unmanned aircraft, which is separate from the military, to allow these people to help protect the motherland. Please tell the Supreme Commander not to clean guns by throwing bricks at them. I think that's an analogy of some kind. But bad communication, coordination, training, drunkenness. Just sounds like another day in Russia, doesn't it? This was Firefeather's point to jump in and go, yes, absolutely, so I could have a swig of my coffee.
Sorry, yeah, absolutely. I was watching something absolutely terrific, which is more Russian fuel tanks just going boom. They're going boom all over the shop. They can't stop it. So I don't think their drones are working very much, because they're just getting mullered left, right, and Chelsea. I can't believe how much is going on. And also, on the subject of more drone porn this morning, Chuck Barr's come out with a new one. So Ukraine's behemoth, I've never heard that one before. Ukraine is expanding attacks deep into Russia with this new behemoth drone. Go and have a look at it, people. It's in the Chuck Barr's post. It's rather lovely. I can't. It looks like a plane, but isn't a plane. It's rather lovely.
This behemoth is actually Ukraine's sort of version of a Shahed drone.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's slightly smaller than a Shahed drone, and it goes slightly faster. So they basically made it more compact and quicker. And this thing is apparently really quite good. Now, I can't see any of the stuff that you put into the nest, by the way. It's probably my problem, not anyone else's problem. But just saying that I can't see any of it anyway. So,
right.
just how it goes.
Well, for those that want it, it's the third tweet in the nest from the left. So go and have a look. But do you want me to send it in the background, or are you fine?
No, I know. I've seen him.
Cool.
Now, an hour ago. Well, yeah, an hour ago, there was a new drone alarm, actual alarm, in Perm-Krai in the Sverdlovsk region, which is it's way over there, So that's just to note how far away that is.
Just remind me, how far can Ukrainian drones go? I thought it was only 400 kilometers or something like that. Are you saying it's more?
It's over 900 kilometers. So yeah. Remember that Ukraine's reach now is it's they're reaching out, shall we say? So yeah, we have a bit more woe. Already in a state of deep depression over Ukraine's ongoing destruction of the Russian oil industry and economy, the Russian blogosphere is now very upset about Zelensky basically telling Lukashenko to sort his fucking self out before he finds himself, nurturing a broken oil industry.
Yeah, now what was all this spat about?
Well, recently Lukashenko has, he's made some bold statements and then he's walked them back, hasn't he?
Well, sorry to butt in, because I thought the last thing everybody heard was Lukashenko apologising and saying what a nice man Zelensky was, and then, bugger me, we're back to spatting again. What happened?
Well, here's the thing, right? Be the bully that they say you are. If they keep calling you a flipping dictator, bully, whatever, sometimes you have to play that role. And I have a theory. It may not be the case, but I have a theory. You see, Lukashenko has a back channel of communication with Ukraine. And recently, there's been a lot of this push me, pull you, where Luka is being pushed to the precipice of a cliff by Putin, trying to get him involved, apparently staging attacks on a bus full of Belarusian children, which may or may not have existed. Quite clearly, these are provocations that are trying to get Belarus involved. But even Russian information shows that Ukraine had nothing to do with whatever it was that they were, trying to hype up there. About this Belarusian children's bus, but I honestly don't think it existed. I think it was just a narrative to try and push Belarus into the fight. And Zelensky has basically said, look, we know that you may not be directly fighting us, but you're hosting all sorts of Russian stuff inside your country. And perhaps you should think about doing something about that in the next 7 days before we decide to remove it for you. He's had enough, hasn't he?
Ooh,
He's had enough
fighting
of all
talk,
this.
Mockers. Fighting
Yeah,
talk, that is.
indeed. He's had enough of all this faffing around. And he's just said, you know what, Bet, right? If you want to be more friendly terms with us, get rid of that stuff. Now, I don't know whether Luka and Zelensky have had a chat. And that chat has been, I will say some things that will give you political cover to step back from the precipice of this cliff a little bit and say, oh, well, we have to move these things because Ukraine's just going to destroy them anyway, He also alluded to the fact that Lukashenko has some very nice oil refineries, and it would be a terrible shame if something happened to them. He's basically said, we know that your oil refining capacity is basically going to Russia to hold them up. And maybe you should stop that. I mean, he's basically saying, Lukashenko, you have power here. Even though, Putin has never allowed you to have power, look how much power he's just given you over him. Again, it's sort of it's a bit mafia speak, isn't it? How lovely that thing is. It would be a shame if something happened, And I honestly think this is how you have to talk to Russia and the friends of Russia, and just basically say, oh, right, so you're a bunch of mafiosa. Well, guess what? We're going to talk to you in exactly the way that you understand. And so I don't know whether he's providing political cover for Lukashenko or whether he's really just absolutely at the end of his fucking tether and he's just said, right, that's it, I've had enough of you bastards. Remember, Ukraine has ascended from a country that was just a victim to a country that is now capable of defending itself. And I think, as part of that, you've got to get a bit serious and you've got to say, right, I've had enough of this. So either stop it now, otherwise you will find yourself in this war, but we're only going to take out the Russian stuff and the rest of it, well, you'll have to make some hard decisions about. And he's basically painting Luka into a different corner and saying, how's about you do something about this before you find yourself in the war that you really didn't want to get involved in.
Yeah, because
And I think it's a brilliant piece of, balls in your court situation.
no, absolutely, Mockers, because this Belarus problem's been bubbling under the surface, isn't it? There's been tensions. Remember a couple of months ago they were saying, oh, they're moving loads of army units up to the border, and they're now building roads, to stuff. And Ukraine's gone, yeah, we know what you're doing. We can see what you're doing. We can blow shit up. And I suspect Budanov's involved here, and he's gone, yeah, mate. We know everything you're doing because you're compromised to your teeth. So there's nothing you can do before we don't know you're doing it. So just calm down. And I think you're right. President Zelensky's had enough now, and he's going, right, mucker, either put up or shut up. It's one of those hold my beer moments, isn't it? It's like, we know you've got shit. It's pointing at us. It's helping the Russians. We're going to take that out. So either get rid of it or we're going to blow it up. And by the way, you won't be able to produce petrol after Tuesday because your refineries will be on fire, which is, always, a bit of a bitter pill to swallow, isn't it? So I expect him to shut his little mouth now and crawl back under his rock and just tell Putin, yeah, sorry, mate, I'm shutting all that stuff down. Well played, sir.
Well, Luca finds it very difficult to stand up to Putin, so maybe he just needs a good reason to. Also, I know for a fact that his country does not want to get involved in the war. Every time he's sort of suggested it, the armed forces that support him have said, no, thank you. Absolutely not. And so, you know, he's sort of between a rock and a hard place. And this is just making things even more difficult for him. But of course, Luca can play off, you know, any hardship as a possibility for himself. So he'll be like, oh, well, you know, we have to do this. Otherwise, we are going to end up stuck in the war. And that's something that my army definitely doesn't want. And they won't support me if, you know, if war comes to our country. And I think he's going to find himself, you know, doing a few things that are distasteful to Putin just because he has to protect his country. Yes, we'll see. We'll see. I would like to think that Belarus will do everything they can to still not get involved in the war. And if that means, you know, moving that stuff away from the border, even though Putin doesn't like that idea. I mean, who's going to tell Putin the truth anyway? Nobody these days. You know, there's possibilities. Now, the Russian blogosphere, very disgusted at the fact that Zelensky has basically made this ultimatum. And he's basically saying that, you know, Belarus, you are Russia's key ally, and you better stop doing that because we see what you're doing. We're watching you. And, you know, accidents happen. Remember, in Belarus, Russian stuff has been attacked before in the past. Remember the drone that hit the AN-50 that was located inside Belarus? Did Belarus join the war at that point?
No,
No,
because they did not. They ran with their tail between their legs, going, "Oh shit, what happened there?"
Yes, there is also, shall we say, an extensive network of Belarusian people who are providing information to Ukraine, and you know, partisans. There's partisans, and I'm just thinking that, you know, they could well get themselves organised to create some accidents. I'll just say that. So this comes from a blogger called Dmitriev. Zelensky is ousting Russia's last ally. Well, yeah, they obviously don't consider China to be Russia's ally, do they? By the sounds of this. The Belarusian leader, Alexander Lukashenko, he has now issued him an ultimatum. If Russian equipment isn't withdrawn from Belarus within a week and fuel supplies stopped, Ukraine will now launch strikes on Belarusian territory. Well, he didn't exactly say that. He said, we'll take out that stuff that's guiding, you know, drones into Ukrainian cities. He didn't say, we'll hit you all over, did he? Don't panic. I think this ultimatum was agreed upon with Minsk. There you go. This is my theory as well. A week ago, Lukashenko gave a surprise interview apologizing to Zelensky for his earlier statements, admitting that Ukrainian drones could indeed destroy his entire country's economy and that Belarus is against being drawn into the war. Back then, it wasn't clear why Lukashenko suddenly brought this up, but now it becomes clear. In the comments, they try to remind us that Kim Jong-un is our last ally, but that situation is shocking. In other words, no, he's not. So there is a possibility that what he's saying is true here, that, you know, Ukraine and Belarus are aligning in order to, you know, create a narrative to remove some of that Russian equipment. A week is a long time, but Belarus is already in a very, shall we say, untenable position. They're being pushed by Putin in one direction, and obviously they don't want to go that direction. They're digging their heels in. So perhaps a bit of pushback from Ukraine is exactly what Lukashenko needs. You know.
So, Mockers,
Go on.
Lukashenko's power comes from the fact he's got a good relationship with the army in it and the police force, I suspect. So if anything queers that pitch, I mean, if Russian stuff is not moved, then the Russian army won't, the Belarusian army won't like the fact they're getting drawn into a war. So hence his power base will go, won't it? If that support is withdrawn, and I think that's what he's worried about in all this. So he's protecting his own arse at the end of the day.
Well, indeed, and that's what he's best at. Previously, Russian forces have come into Belarus to support Lukashenko. They helped put down some uprisings after Lukashenko basically just refused to accept the results of the previous election. However, I don't think Russia has a lot of soldiers to spare these days to do that sort of thing. A lot of them are busy. I mean, they're grabbing people off the streets now in certain places. So suggests to me that they don't necessarily have a largish contingent that they can just send to Belarus and, quash any thoughts of Belarus having a will of their own. I think, this is something that Lukashenko has agreed with Ukraine, I think. And we're just watching the surface narrative that, Luka's like, yes, I take back everything. I'm pissing my pants because Zelensky was annoyed with me. And Zelensky's like, oh, I'm not annoyed with you. But here's what you can do. And so I think that's quite interesting. So as well as, this sort of thing, what are we seeing? We're seeing a lot of flapping and desperation. The Russian oligarchs are now starting to see their own pockets emptying, and they don't like it at all. And so they're still talking about, when we start really fighting. I have a question. With what? With what? What thoroughly well-trained fighting force are you going to fight with? Because they all seem to think that they're just going to suddenly pull a fresh army out of their pockets, don't they? Or that they're going to nuke Ukraine and that will be the end of it, and nobody will do anything about it. However, that's not the case either, is it? So what are you going to do? It's like when you punch the school bully back and he says that he's going to kill you. No, he's not. In fact, the next time you punch him back, he's going to run away. So, that Ukraine is they're really standing up for themselves now in a way that they've never been able to before. And Russia's crying about it, as far as I can tell. So we're getting all this, bravado. And I'd just say, you and whose army? Because your own army's a little bit busy and they're not as, they're not as well trained as you would have liked them to be, and they're not as supplied as you would like them to be. And there's so much corruption that, thank God for that, by the way, that that there's no possibility of them suddenly having everything get better either. But this guy, he is Malafeev, Konstantin Malafeev. We've heard of him before. And he's still on this idea that Russia can just pull a fresh army out of their back pocket that's fully supplied, and here we're just going to pull this out of our ass, and everybody will suddenly quake at our fucking boots. So he says, what else needs to happen for us to start fighting for real? Because all this death and destruction and rape and murder wasn't them fighting. That was just them, just tickling or something. War is a victory at any cost. For the Ukrainians, it is a war, and they fight with everything they can. They will carry out terrorist attacks. Defending yourself is not terrorism, though, is it? Is it? They will carry out mobilization. Well, they are at war, so yeah. They kill our civilians and our children and our elderly. there may be some collateral damage, but they don't do that part on purpose, I assure you. In fact, it's quite clear that there are an awful lot more attempts to kill civilians by Russians than there are by Ukrainians. So, shut the fuck up. For us, it is a special military operation, so we don't fight with all our forces and means. You think so, do you, buddy? You think so? What about all them Soviet tanks that were all lined up in fields, all ready for the next war, that have now all gone? Was that not you fighting with all your means? I'm just saying. We rather fight with half our strength in a gentlemanly manner. I have questions. If this is a gentlemanly manner, I'd hate to see them go to the lowest of the low because, goodness gracious me, they've attacked everything from kindergartens and hospitals to cultural sites. They're literally hunting down civilians in the streets, buses, bus stops, civilian gas stations, power plants. The list goes on and on and on. But apparently, this is gentlemanly. Well, fuck off. We use
Yeah,
the same weapons as the enemy. Well, actually, they don't use the same weapons as the enemy, do they, Firefella?
no, they use all the stuff that they can fucking lay their hands on. Excuse the vernacular. So I'm getting a bit tired of this this thread that the war bloggers are coming out with. We're only fighting with half our strength. Have you looked at the front lately? Any of you? Seriously? You're throwing everything you've got, even people on crutches and people dying are on the front line, and you're
Well,
getting your own.
technically, that is down to half strength if they've only got like half their limbs working.
Oh, fair one. Sorry. Yeah. And you're still getting your ass kicked. But they all come up with this narrative, don't they? Like you said, it's an SMO, which, they are like lemmings, aren't they? They just believe anything they're taught. They've got no critical thinking in their heads whatsoever. Like somebody just said to me in the back channels, I'm glad they're so fucking thick. But this thing about we're only fighting at half strength is just it's got to be taken head on. Have you looked at Moscow recently, people? It's only burning at half strength. Let's put it that way.
Well, also, they're attacking the front line with motorcycle crews. And I'd just point out that motorcycle crews don't have any armour. And so, indeed, that could also be considered half strength because they're not armoured in any way. And yes, they are light on their feet, as it were. On a motorcycle, you can get to places that you may not be able to reach in a tank, but not for long. And there was a motorcycle attack attempt just recently that ended in tears. It ended in a lot of dead Russians and broken motorcycles. And you'll be able to see it on your feed. I can't remember exactly where it was, but it doesn't really matter because everywhere they try this, it doesn't work out for them, does it? So, oh dear, never mind. So he then goes on to say this. This is still Malafeev having a fucking moan about something that he can't do anything about and feels very sad about the whole thing. Why don't we use nuclear weapons which our ancestors created and accumulated for with the entire country's effort precisely for this purpose? Well, because you wouldn't exist about 5 minutes later. That's why. To win. To make sure no one would ever dare fight against this nuclear superpower. Yeah, the problem is, mate, you're not the only nuclear superpower. And that second word, I think we'd probably say is under debate at this point. To protect our people and our civilians from suffering. I'm sorry? Your people and your civilians are suffering at your own hands. So that's a load of shite. When choosing between our own and others, we must choose our own. Pity them and not strangers. Well, you pity nobody for a start. But also, he's losing money. And his answer to him personally losing money is, let us quickly nuke everybody because I'm losing money and I hate it. And when he says about protecting the poor civilians, what he means is protecting me. Me, protect me and my family, and, you know, that's all I really care about. And that is exactly what he's whining about here. He's whining entirely about himself. Also, have you noticed that every time Russia gets their ass kicked, the very first thing they do is threaten nuclear war? I think it's hilarious. It's got to be the point of like almost a joke now, which, you know.
Absolutely. Can you see hands?
I can see Will has his hand up, yes.
All right. No. I'm just asking, Sweet, because sometimes you can and sometimes you can't. So I'm just working it. So carry on.
Go ahead, Will. Go ahead.
Just curious, how many uses of chemical weapons does it become ungentlemanly? Because we're past 9,000. How many executions of prisoners of war becomes ungentlemanly? Because we're past 1,000, and apparently near universal torture of prisoners of war is also considered gentlemanly, as far as I can tell from Malafev, who's a real piece of shit, by the way.
Oh, he absolutely is, yeah. Well, exactly. He's sort of like forgotten these things. I don't know. Maybe he's got a very short memory problem. But yes, you're absolutely right. All of these things going on, and he still says, "Oh, we're fighting in a gentlemanly manner." If he says so. But yeah, he's talking absolute nonsense, isn't he? As per usual. And this is all they've
Gentlemen,
got.
start your electrocution devices.
Indeed. But this is all they've got left, is to shout about how they're the victim and they must now use their nukes, which it just doesn't have the same impact anymore, does it, this nukes narrative? Because if they were going to do it, they'd have done it by now. They have been talking about this since the very first day. And if they were going to do something so huge and life-changing for everybody involved, including those who used them, they would have definitely done it by now. And I've been saying this about Russia from the start, that if they can, they will. So if they don't do something, you know that they can't do that thing. And that seems to be, you know, they've done every single war crime you can think of as though it's like a laundry list of, you know, things that they should be doing. And so if they're not doing something, it's because they can't, for whatever reason.
And mockers,
Yes.
if they say that they're doing something or they've done something or that Ukraine's done it rather, then it's them doing it because they're covering their own arse every single time. So if there's some atrocity went on and they've done it, the first thing they'll do is say Ukraine did it, and yeah, that's how they work.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I wouldn't put it past them to set off a dirty bomb in their own country and then say, "Look, Ukraine has nuked us." That you know, I would expect something more like that than them actually using a nuclear weapon on Ukraine. So much for caring for your own people, hey? Now, I have numbers because it's that time. Look at it, it's that time.
Aha, numbers.
So we have some numbers. Let's do them. So today we are reaching 1,390,660 with an additional 1,240 liquidated personnel. We also have a huge one tank, but more than the tanks that they had in the Moscow parade. 4 armoured combat vehicles. And what's this? I just need to make this slightly bigger because apparently I'm going to need glasses soon. Yeah. 88 artillery systems, 2 fat ladies. Sorry, it does feel a little bit like bingo calling. Nice. That's gone up again. 2 MLRS and 1 air defence system. And then what do we have in the way of vehicles? Oh, quite high. 476 vehicles and fuel tanks. And we have indeed seen quite a few fuel tanks burning, haven't we? I mean, it's just, they make such a lovely sympathetic target and they go boom. And, well, I'm assuming that Ukraine enjoys that too. Then we have 5 special equipment. Again, I think quite a few radars and EW equipment that Ukraine have been taking out recently. What do we have in the way of drones? Oh my goodness me. 2,246 of operational tactical UAVs. That's a hell of a lot. And 7 ground robotic complexes. And then we have the overnight report. And again, it's just under 3 figures. 99 drones in total. 92 of which were shot down or suppressed, which is a heck of a flipping ratio, isn't it? Just seven got through. And according to preliminary data, as of 8 a.m., which was 3 hours ago, there were only 7 left, and all 7 were recorded hitting at 3 locations. Now, that doesn't mean there wasn't death and destruction at those locations, but it has been minimised. There was also the fall of down fragments in 3 further locations. However, Russia continues to attack. And every day, we see these large air attacks from Russia. And, well, we should be closing the skies. We should have closed the skies a long time ago. But here we are. So I'll just get past this Belarus thing. There we go. I love the fact that that Zelensky is just coming out now and just, being spicy and saying, "Nah, fuck you guys. Fuck you guys. We know what you're doing. I'm not keeping it quiet anymore. I'm not being diplomatic anymore. You sort that out. Otherwise, we'll sort it out for you." And I think that's particularly nice. Oh, my shoulder just clicked really hard there. That was nice. Youch. So, here we go. Sorry, just catching up with a couple of things. Did you hear that the great-grandson of the former USSR leader, Brezhnev, was captured by Ukrainian forces? Did you hear about that guy?
No, go on, do tell. That sounds interesting. What did he have to say for himself?
Well, 45-year-old Anton Miliev, he joined the Russian armed forces as a sapper. And last November, he stopped making contact. Well, the Ukrainian armed forces have confirmed that they have him captive. And this is indeed the great-grandson of Brezhnev himself. Now, he's lucky because a lot of Russian sappers just blow themselves up in the course of their duties. But this guy was actually rescued from such a fate by by Ukrainians taking him hostage. So that's nice. Hostage prisoner.
History shows that former premiers or children of premiers like Stalin or Brezhnev, they don't. They surrender. They don't blow themselves up.
Yeah, amazing that, isn't it? Anyone with any sort of privilege just decides to hand themselves in. Now
that's true, but remember what Stalin did to his son.
This is true. So, you know how they've started this sort of overt, by the way, you're coming with us type of mobilization in some regions now. In fact, it's about 3 or 4 regions I've seen that this is apparently happening.
Of Russia.
Yeah. Penza and the 3 others, and I didn't keep them in my bookmarks because Will talked about it earlier, so I thought, no, we don't need that. But anyway, I'm referring to this because people are trying to escape Russia in all sorts of strange and wonderful ways, as far as I can tell. One guy made himself a homemade paraglider in the Krasnoyarsk region and fell to his death shortly afterwards. So there was that. Another guy, a Nizhny Novgorod resident, made a homemade raft and went to sail away on his homemade raft and was found dead some days later. Apparently, he had no way of directing it, and he got, exposed, shall we say, to the elements and died. And then his raft floated back to the shore with him upon it. So I just say, don't make homemade stuff like this because you will die. We have two perfectly good examples there. So yeah, if anyone was thinking of making a homemade raft to float away on this weekend, don't do that. Plus, don't make yourself a homemade paraglider unless you really know what you're doing, because you will also die. So don't do that. Just, a little bit of advice there. Now, you remember that there was some large businesses that Russia was trying to sell. And one of these large businesses was Domodedovo Airport. And they finally sold it at auction after cutting the price by almost half. And there's another one come up now, which is Ural Zoloto. What's that one? It's at home. It's a gold mine, would you believe? Gold mine. So this is a state-owned gold mine, which is only state-owned because Russia decided to nationalize the business, So it's no wonder nobody wanted to buy it, because, well, you buy it off them and then a month later they go, haha, just kidding, and nationalize it back off you again. And so nobody wanted to buy it. Now, they have finally found a buyer on the fourth attempt. On the fourth attempt. And I don't know if this guy is really a buyer or whether they're just moving shit around. So it was sold at half price to a Chechen businessman who is very close to Kadyrov, would you believe? He looks like a very nice chap, bespectacled fellow. It was reduced from 132 billion rubles to 66.1. And apparently the price has dropped a number of times. So it was 162.02 billion. Then it was reduced to 93.16. And then the minimum threshold was stated to be 81 billion rubles. However, they did only sell it for 66.1 in the end. So they got half their outrageous first asking price for a mine which is already running at a loss and will continue to do so. Now, there's a few things about this guy. He's connected to Kadyrov, so he's probably a wallet. And it's possible that all they've done really is shift a few things around rather than actually sell it. It's back to the 1990s where, a corrupt deal follows another corrupt deal. So the price of gold in January 22 was about 1,800 US for, a piece. Presumably it was profitable now. It was profitable then. But sanctions have raised the cost of the actual sale because someone has to be paid to wash the product, because Russia can't just sell it on the open market. And so it's more expensive than to sell it than what they're going to get for it. So Russian mines have had to sell a lot of their production to the Kremlin since Russia was booted from SWIFT. There's a lot of people who won't touch it out of fear of secondary sanctions now. And there's a possibility that some people are smuggling stuff out, but definitely not as much as would make them a profit. There's all sorts of reasons why this product won't be making a profit, but I would imagine some of it is that it falls off a lorry on its way to the Kremlin, because gangsters and warlords are starting to build their own little nest egg for, what's coming. It's almost as though, there's just some shifting around of this money not actual sales going on. And of course, it could always be nationalised again tomorrow. Just kidding. We want it back. Now, I don't know if you've ever heard me talk about not flying on a Russian aircraft, Firefella, but I think we need to reiterate that you shouldn't fly on a Russian aircraft, ever.
Well, only once or twice, Mockers. Is there more woe? There's something else falling out the sky.
Oh boy, nearly. Well, we saw the other day, didn't we, that there was nearly an aircraft fell out of the sky leaving Sochi airport, and they turned back around and they landed back at Sochi airport because of a major issue with one of their engines. I would say any issue with an engine is a major issue, to be absolutely honest. Anyway.
Is it open again?
Yeah.
All
Yeah,
right.
they open and close these things like, I'm sorry, my analogy would be too rude. They open and close them often, yes.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, like the door of a Russian brothel. There we go. So, Rosazvatia, 17 days ago, grounded 3 of 9 aircraft belonging to Azure Air, Russia's largest charter carrier, due to engine malfunctions. And that meant that Russia's largest charter airline lost a third of its current aircraft fleet. That's a lot to be losing, isn't it? Also, there is also the issue of a lack of jet fuel, so, that could also have played a part. Now, one aircraft flying from, this is just in the last day, one aircraft flying from Moscow to a Turkish resort had to return back to the airport in Moscow. Vnukovo, that one. Due to, guess what? An
Engine malfunction.
Yes.
Yeah.
Guess who it belongs to? It belongs to the same company, Azure Air. So one of their 6 remaining aircraft also has a major engine malfunction. These are Boeing aircraft, by the way, Boeing 757-2K2, in case anybody really needs to know, in case you're an aircraft nerd. So again, it would appear that after having a third of their fleet grounded, the rest of the fleet isn't doing much better. Awkward. So that's nice. Nice. Now, we have some lovely assistance by the Federal Anti-Monopoly Service. Because remember, Russia makes money out of fuel, yeah, in the main. Russia's main income is from fuel of various kinds. And the Federal Anti-Monopoly Service, well, they can't have people at home complaining too much about the price of fuel. I saw yesterday a lovely video of the Moscow area where they were literally typing in new higher fuel prices as, things were burning around them. And, well, no surprise there, but let's just say that it was going up quite a bit because they were suddenly like, oh, where's our next delivery coming from? Obviously not that place that's burning. So suddenly this stuff that we currently have is very expensive. So, these things happen. However, the Federal Anti-Monopoly Service doesn't like that sort of thing. Now, they're not going to start in Moscow, however. So they started in Kaluga. Of course they did. The Federal Anti-Monopoly Service turned up and told them to stop raising prices. So in the Kaluga region, they are now monitoring gasoline prices. This sounds very fair, doesn't it? I think we know where this is going, don't we? That there will no longer be any fuel in the Kaluga region. Clearly, this will solve all their problems. So this is what the Federal Anti-Monopoly Service do. They come in and they create more problems by saying, oh, no. Just the fact that you have a really limited resource doesn't mean you can charge extra for it. No, you absolutely cannot. And then they run out and nobody bothers to buy anymore because they can't sell it at a profit. So they basically just told Kaluga that they're not going to have any more fuel. That's just how it works. I just think that's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Don't worry though, Russia's got a new revenue source. Only from the 1st of September, however. Whether they last that long though. Yeah. Russia will now introduce an 8% duty on diamonds from September the 1st. That sounds very exciting, doesn't it? Because they're selling diamonds to everyone. Or are they? Now, Alrosa is Russia's basically diamond monopoly. Alrosa. Now, this could reduce their income by around 20%, according to calculations. Tariffs also worsen the situation, and they do export approximately 90% of their production, so it's going to hurt. Instead of supporting Alrosa, they've decided to kill the company. Why do I say this? Well, the Russian Ministry of Finance were asked by Alrosa to give them some money about a month ago, and they said no. In fact, now we're going to take your money. So let me just read a little bit of this article. The Russian Ministry of Finance is currently not considering any ways to support the diamond mining company Alrosa amid the rough and polished diamond shortage. If you say so. According to Deputy Finance Minister Alexei Moiseev, he asserted that the company's situation was not considered critical. Alrosa, of all the companies operating in the world, may not be the best, but I would not say it is the second best position, but I would say it is the second best position. He added that budgets provide for diamond purchases for the state fund in case purchases are needed. So, in other words, well, they could always sell their diamonds to us if they don't like what they're getting for it over, abroad. And some of that will fall into some oligarchs' pockets so that they can run away. So, yeah, instead of supporting Alrosa, who asked for some government support, they've decided that Alrosa is going to support them. One of the things which has really struck down their diamond sales is the lack of SWIFT access. We're not talking about huge sums here either. I mean, this won't hold up the entire Russian economy by any means. But still, nice new revenue stream for them. Now, I told you about prices in Kaluga of the fuel being kept low by the anti-monopoly service, yes? But gasoline prices in Moscow are now spinning the meter, according to this publication. They've accelerated sharply. From June the 15th to the 19th, the price growth of A92 and A95 gasoline in the Moscow and Moscow region has increased up to 4 times compared to the previous weeks. It's expensive. The Moscow region saw the fastest growth, with fuel prices increasing by more than 3 rubles per litre. Market participants attribute this increase to, and wait for it, this is their excuse, independent gas stations being forced to buy more expensive Belarusian gasoline amid a general decline in fuel supply. NEFT research management partner Sergei Frolov notes that the situation in the petroleum product market is tense due to unscheduled refinery maintenance. Yes, he actually said that. Increased seasonal demand and some panic buying. I'll just say that again. Unscheduled refinery maintenance. That, folks, is when you see them on fire. That's unscheduled maintenance required. I love how they play these things down to, almost say, yeah, it's just a bit of maintenance. The Deputy Prime Minister, Alexander Novak, quoted by the government press service, stated on June the 19th that the main priority remains to ensure the domestic market has sufficient fuel, ensuring timely deliveries and beginning to monitor and control prices. Oh, Is he bringing in the Federal Anti-Monopoly Service again? Oh, well. Also to note that Moscow is still under attack now by Ukrainian drones. It's good to know, isn't it? So anyway, these high prices don't matter at all if you don't have any money. In Nizhny Novgorod, workers halted metro construction due to long term of unpaid wages. So they're going to have to drive to another. Oh no, they're not going to have to drive anywhere. They're going to end up with buses coming in to conscript them, aren't they? Oh, if you're not working, you can join the army. It's a shame. But it does sound as though the Nizhny Novgorod government is also out of money. So there's that. These things just keep happening. You'd be glad to know, though, that everything is fine. In Russia, excessive levels of dangerous benzopyrene were found in bacon. So don't be eating any bacon in Russia either. So if you wanted meat, you have to die for it. According to Rospotranadzor, one of them, it's another one of those, firms. What do they make them? Bodies, whatever they are. Groups. Benzyrapropene levels in the product was 15.9-3.2 micrograms per kilogram, while the permissible limit is no more than 1 microgram per kilogram. What the hell are they doing? Right, so it's a dangerous carcinogen, in case you needed to know, and it forms during the incomplete combustion of organic materials, including wood, coal, and petroleum products. Oh, so would that be the black rain that's falling on the animals, and then the animals being... Oh. This substance can enter food also during smoking or frying. The court documents indicate that the manufacturer has previously been found to have violated several safety laws. Omsky bacon. Omsky. I'm sorry, it's tickled me a little bit, that. Omsky bacon. Has previously been fined 300,000 rubles for causing quite a lot of sickness, by the looks of things, posing potential threats to human lives and health. And I would also like to point out that in Kazakhstan, they usually import Omsky bacon. So that's nice, isn't it? That's nice. Now, it does say here that this is a natural byproduct of frying or roasting fatty meats and not cooking them properly. And it is a carcinogen, but this time it is either an instance of the company improperly adding something to the product to try and make it go further, or there is some sort of, what would you call it? It's in the environment. So I would say it's probably in the environment by the sounds of things. That doesn't sound great, does it? Doesn't sound great. These are just some of the things that they're having to deal with. Never mind, eh? So I've got another tale of woe. Another tale of woe. Because we do love a Chryso Wiki, don't we? Russian war bloggers have identified a new enemy in the aftermath of the Ukrainian drone strikes in Moscow. Do you know who that enemy is? It's not us this time. It's migrants. Of course, it's entirely their fault. Now, one of the reasons for this is that migrants have appeared in many of the videos of the strikes. And I'll tell you why, because Moscow is full of them. And it's quite difficult to take a video of Moscow without seeing a few migrants. They have an awful lot of people that they've imported into the country. Honestly, right, they have a go at stirring up hatred in every other country with regards to, migrants. And this is one of the things that they really lean on heavily. Oh, migrants. And they've got more than anybody else. they have a massive Muslim population, massive, and they also have a ever-growing population of African migrants because, you know, they've been bringing these poor saps in to fight their war for them. They also promise them jobs all over the place, and then slowly but surely scoop them up and put them into the army. So this is one of the things that would be very difficult to take a video of Moscow and not find a migrant on that video because they're everywhere. And they stir up all this anger in other countries, and yet they're absolutely full of them themselves. And if you look at the ratio of migration, you will see that Russia has, well, they're up there. They're up there very highly on the list of countries that are, you know, that have a lot of migrants. Anyway, this is now the new enemy because they have appeared in some videos that people were taking with regards to the strikes in Mordor, at Moscow. So they're now calling for severe punishments for anybody who violated the government's censorship regulations. And they're saying that these migrants are the ones that are doing it. One of the most iconic videos from the attack showing the fuel storage lid being blown up in the air was actually filmed by a Chinese migrant worker and posted to his TikTok channel. Oh dear. So one particular blogger is indignant about this, absolutely disgusted. He's called Bosniakov. Yeah, that's as good as it's getting. Migrants from Fraternal China published a video of a surface-to-air missile or manpad hitting a storage tank at the Moscow oil refinery. Well, at least he's admitting it was them that did it. Now, the footage is spread all across Chinese and global social media. Yeah, I got a terrible pun. You couldn't keep a lid on that one, could you? It was too impressive. I'm so sorry.
Oh.
Yeah, I expected that. So, the leaked videos once again demonstrate that if your country is a hotbed for Tajiks, Uzbeks, Ukrainians, I mean, how dare they? I'd just like to point out that a lot of these Ukrainians ended up there not out of their own will. They got transported there and told that they were now living in Russia. So, you know, just saying. Indians, Chinese, and so on. Any bans on publishing footage of incoming flights of air defence operations aimed at the country's citizens are meaningless. In other words, none of these migrants follow the rules because they can't, you know, they just can't help themselves. Sergei Kolyasnikov, I'm going with that, is worried about the situation and hints at the migrants actually being pro-Ukraine and a fifth column in Russia. The level of paranoia, amazing. What worries me much more are the crowds of migrants that enthusiastically film the fires and send the videos to Ukraine. There are countless of these videos. These people will show their true colours soon enough. So he's saying basically we need to get rid of all of them because they're going to gang up on us and kill us all. If you say so. I wish they would, to be honest, gang up on the Russians and say, look, you know, we outnumber you at this point, so just pipe down. Combat Reserve is downright apoplectic. These bitches. Russian citizens are recording and sending videos to the rude word for Ukrainians because they are not allowed to film and publish in their own country. And they've even allowed Roblox, which is banned in Russia. By the way, Roblox is a children's game where a lot of adults play Roblox pretending to be children so that they can talk to your children. Don't allow your children to play that game. It's dangerous. Anyway, He goes on to say that anyone taking videos should all be jailed and shot. In fact, bitch, where is that effing cameraman? So he's obviously got some problems there. Where are the SVR, the FSB, the FSSP, the Ministry of Emergency Situations, the RSP, the LDPR, the SRZP, and the CPRF, the DPS, the OMS, the PMS? There is ovulation, masturbation, discrimination, discreditation, prostitution, animation. Where are they all? He's obviously very upset about the whole thing. However, all of those guys, mate, are they're dead in Ukraine. Just in case you needed to know. Very thin on the ground these days. Sputnik Radio's Marina Yelitsevia, her, also demands punishment. How surprising that videos of air defense systems and drones in action are mostly being posted on our social media by migrants. Shocking. Of course, the Lublino district and the entire southeast of Moscow are teeming with migrants. Yes, you brought them in to do the work. Did you not remember that bit? Anyway, she says, I'm not making this up or being picky. Check out the social media for yourself. Our multiculturalism will not lead us anywhere good. I wonder if they told Candace Owens this. Anyway, she says she wouldn't be surprised if a foreign specialist has multiple SIM cards and one of them is registered as Kyrgyz. Because, that would be terrible. And because of such narrow-minded people, the Ukrainians are now clapping loudly and shouting, burn you damn Muscovites, when they see these videos on the Telegram channels and so on. Well, it's about time that the Ukrainians had something to celebrate, to be absolutely honest. So, I don't blame them. It is clear to everyone that a raid is long overdue. Deport anyone who doesn't speak Russian, because, that'll help. Anyone who doesn't know the laws of the Russian Federation and is in the country illegally, that is a topic for discussion. A member of the Presidential Council for Human Rights, Marina Akhmedova, is actually a little bit more charitable. Ukrainian channels are posting truly epic videos with shots fired at flying drones, clouds of smoke and explosions in Moscow. The videos feature many foreigners who were travelling to work in Moscow at the time and were caught off guard. They may not have even known there was a war going on here. She suggests that delivery services, marketplace management, and taxi companies gather all their employees together and have a serious chat with them. Make an announcement that something needs to be done urgently. This is the responsibility of the employers. And every migrant detained for filming should be asked whether their employer provided them with information about doing so that none of them, when leaving for prison, can claim that they knew nothing. Colonel Kassad advocates deportations of all migrants and severe punishments for anyone who films strikes. A blogger, right, so he refers to something that happened in the Gulf states. So, this is, I think, Saudi Arabia or somewhere like there. Number 1, a blogger films or posts air defense landings and operations. His address is identified. Heavy police enter the building, pack him up, confiscate all his electronic devices, film the chaos in the blogger's apartment and post that publicly. The blogger will receive 3 years in prison and a fine of a couple of million. And lo and behold, the number of bloggers who continue to do this in Russia decreases dramatically, after around 10 to 15 illustrative examples. Oh, that's a lot of work, that. Number 2, a migrant films the air defense landings of the Savod website. The migrant is identified. Heavy police officers move in, pack him up and confiscate all his electronic devices. A large fine and deportation, resulting in an entry ban for the next 10 to 50 years. He's not decided which yet. Number 3, an ordinary citizen films or posts air defense landings. Notice he didn't say anything about Ukrainian drones there, just air defense landings. The citizen should be identified, heavy equipment deployed, pack him up, all his electronic devices, criminal charges, a fine, a black mark for work in the future, so that he can't get a good job. And lo and behold, the number of videos posted will drop dramatically. But the thing is, they are stuck with migrant workers because 1.5 million of their own people have been killed or wounded in military conflict. 4 to 5 million of them fled the country. And they were already in a severe population decline before the war because women don't necessarily want to have children in that environment. Without migrants, their factories would stop and their war machine would slow to a crawl. Goods would not be shipped, crops would not be grown or harvested. And there was us thinking, from what they project, that they were all just good, white, Christian boys and girls. If Putin hadn't slaughtered most of his population, they wouldn't need migrant workers at all. Just saying. It's always the scapegoat, isn't it? They always like to find a scapegoat, and this is their current new enemy. It's the migrants, of course.
Yeah, Marcus, where have we seen that else in Europe, I wonder? I can't think. Oh, yeah. Every flipping country blames the migrants, don't they? That's what the far right does, because it's always the migrants' fault. Well, I've got news for you. It's nothing to do with them. They're not taking your jobs. They're not taking your women, and they're not stealing your money, because they're just migrants, and they're trying to get by. Bless them. Yeah, so, they're falling in at the same trap. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're all right. I just was going to say that I now have another tale of woe related to one of the strikes that happened in Moscow, which again highlights the anti-immigrant sentiment, would you believe? I mean, it's just shocking.
No,
So here we go. Russian war bloggers did celebrate one piece of collateral damage from the drone attack in Moscow. The shot down Ukrainian drone, which set the huge, I think they called it Garden Market or something. It's Sadovod Market. Their comments highlight ingrained Russian anti-immigrant sentiment, which we've just experienced from the last tale of woe. But this one in particular, they were like, yeah, fuck that place. It's full of migrants, basically. So Ukraine's attack targeted the oil refinery in Kropotnia, southeast of central Moscow, and the surrounding area is heavily polluted already. It's one of the cheapest areas in Moscow to live in terms of housing costs, and it's encouraged a large number of immigrants to settle there as a result. The nearby market was established in 1997, and it's the largest wholesale and retail centre in the whole of Russia, which covers an area of more than 40 hectares containing around 8,000 shops and attracting over 36 million customers annually, many of which come from abroad. The market is, however, notorious as a trading centre for both illegal and fake goods, illegal cryptocurrency transactions, large-scale illegal cash turnovers. It is owned by two Azerbaijani businessmen who are almost certainly linked to large organized crime networks. Sadovod effectively functions as a colossal, semi-lawless trade hub that functions as a distribution engine for goods flowing across the entire country, sustained almost entirely by migrant labor, political patronage, and cash operating largely outside the formal financial system. Oh, so it's a massive black market. Gotcha. Footage showed a shot-down Ukrainian drone landing directly on top of the market and exploding, causing a massive fire, sending large clouds of smoke billowing across Moscow. And, reportedly, it was left to burn and was still burning 24 hours later. Intelligence Diary, one of the several Russian war bloggers to explicitly celebrate the destruction of this market, stated, "The lair of the diaspora and Wahhabism is on fire." Some Russian war bloggers suggest fancifully that the Ukrainians deliberately sought out this target to instigate a revolt of immigrants against the Russian authorities. I think we can quite clearly see that that wasn't the case, but, you know, they do like to ascribe meaning to everything, don't they? Nefarious meaning to everything. Maxim Kalashnikov suggests in a somewhat unhinged commentary that Ukraine specifically carried out a strike on this slum with the aim of depriving a huge mass of migrants of their source of existence, which will, with any luck, provoke an uprising of the millions of immigrants in Moscow. Well, I mean, there might be a knock-on effect for these people, but, you know, I'm pretty sure that Ukraine does not aim at civilian targets, so no. Also, you can quite clearly see that the thing got shot down right above the market, so, you know, I think he's just making it up as he goes along, isn't he? Foreign specialists, having lost their jobs and their products at Sadovod and elsewhere, won't be writing letters of happiness to Bastrykin, Sobyanin or Putin. They have their own methods of influence and pressure, and they will soon begin using these methods. This guy sounds a bit paranoid, you know. Alexei Zhivov comments, "Many have noticed that during the morning raid on Moscow, a friendly fire incident occurred. Ukrainian drones hit the infamous Sadovod market." Now, I'd just like to point out that they said quite clearly that their air defense hit the oil depot, oil refinery, which technically that was partially the case. But Ukrainian drones hit this market. Can you see how they? Yeah, Ukrainian drones are allowed to hurt immigrants, but not them. Anyway, this place is rumored to be owned by entrepreneurs of Azerbaijani origin and has long been known as a breeding ground for migrants. Okay. On the other hand, the market is likely insured, so the Azerbaijani entrepreneurs themselves will not be harmed. Gorshenkin is working, celebrates the attack. This Gorshenkin is working is another blogger, by the way. I had to work that out for myself. He highlights the dubious reputation of this market. This is the largest holding for illegally transferring funds from Russia to Central Asia. The Sadovod market is now on fire. Thousands of salespeople selling goods without any taxes, and you won't find a single cash register there. This has been going on for years under the watchful eye and absolute inaction of our officials. As previously reported, honest law enforcement officers have already shut down the activities of several of these black banking groups, one that had a monthly turnover of 1.5 billion rubles. They finance international terrorism, siphoning off money from Central Asians who illegally reside in Russia. Well, then you shouldn't care about that money. Anyway, another with a turnover of 2.5 billion rubles operated through 30 separate shell companies. I mean, this sounds like exactly what Russia do elsewhere, doesn't it? I mean, how dare it happen to them? And yet another group was arrested for cashing out 7 billion rubles. In total, these indispensable specialists have siphoned off over 100 billion rubles out of the country in a single year. And the damage to the state budget from just one of these schemes amounted to 15 billion rubles. Well, I guess that's a you problem. A separate study for the Russian Academy of Sciences could be prepared on the crime of the market area. Violence and drug trafficking everywhere. I wonder who buys those drugs. If there wasn't a market for it, people wouldn't sell it. Anyway, according to online reports, this is the result of a Ukrainian drone attack. An attack on an oil refinery and on the wallets of the terrorists and Wahhabis. Because, you know, everyone who's brown is a terrorist, obviously. So is Ukraine attacking the main pillars of democracy, the oil and the global caliphate? I'm afraid there will need to be a harsh response. What are you going to do? You're going to attack Ukraine. You're going to fire missiles and drones at them because, well, you've been doing that for 4 years already, so shrug. Roman Sapkonov takes a sardonic view, implying that there must be revenge attacks against Ukraine. The enemy has now encroached on something sacred, the diaspora's money. There will be a harsh response. A real red line with a green tint, which he says because the red and green colours of the Islamic flag, apparently. So there was a report of one person, a 50-year-old man, injured at the facility. But actually, this was quite early in the morning before everybody was going to work. So people weren't actually arriving at the market yet. And it was only a portion of the market which was, immediately affected. So it gave everybody else who was there time to leave. So I'm not quite sure what the Russian response will be. Will that be bombing centres in Ukraine, shopping centres, because they've already done that? So, yeah, apparently, if you shoot down a Ukrainian drone over the market, that is the Ukrainian drone directly attacking the market. It just, you got to love him, haven't you, for the absolute nonsense that they come out with. Now, I do have one more tale of woe, and it's about the Russians on the front, Firefella. So please feel free to comment, and then I'll get to that.
Oh, I was just going to say, so one of the things that has been in the back of my, there will be a Russian response to these attacks on Moscow, got to be. I don't know what that's going to take. I think your analysis is quite right. It's going to be more of the same, isn't it? They're just going to bomb downtown Kyiv and other places, but it will come, people. So just be aware of that. It's going to happen. Now, to the tale of woe on the front. Are they having a hard time, methinks?
Well, along with the fuel shortage and general logistics problems, they're also pretty much fighting themselves. So, a Russian army inspection of the eastern forces in Ukraine is reported to have found evidence of, and I kid you not, you might need to, sit down for this one, flagrant corruption, false reporting, looting, drinking, embezzlement, theft of supplies, and fraud at all levels. And a Russian war blogger is now calling for the senior officers to be punished.
Oh, hang on. I'll just check. Yeah, I am actually shocked. No, not really. It's been going on for 5 years now, you idiots. What's the matter with you?
Well, exactly. This just gets worse, doesn't it? And it just, again, it is so ingrained into them that they just cannot help themselves, can they? And we've heard about this before, that a Russian's day is not a good one if they haven't stolen something. And that's just how it is, apparently. So, on the 19th of May 2026, the War Zone wrote about this. Oh, no, the inspection was carried out, actually. So that was the date the inspection was carried out, and War Zone writes about this. An inspection was carried out in the units of the Vostok Army Group, led by Colonel General Andriy Ivaniev. The commission uncovered evidence of the falsification of combat performance results and the submission of false reports by commanders of the Vostok Army Group's formations. Shocking. Evidence of flagrant corruption has been uncovered among senior and middle-ranking commanders. The most serious violations were found to be in the 29th Army under the command of Lieutenant General Alexei Zhuravlev. I've heard of that name before. I believe that his soldiers used to complain about him on video, and then they had the phones taken off them, so they couldn't complain about him on video anymore. At present, the Russian Ministry of Defense Commission is aware of the following facts. These guys are going to just end up serving on the front in their own, themselves, aren't they? Anyway, Colonel General Ivaniev lied during his reports to Gerasimov of the General at the General Staff Headquarters regarding the results of the assigned tasks. It all just gets kicked down the line, doesn't it? The General Staff possesses evidence against the commander of the Vostok Group of Armies concerning these systematic lies about the capture of settlements, the results of fire strikes against Ukrainian armed forces positions and downed drones, all falsified. As for the capture of settlements, here is an example. 3 servicemen from the 430th Regiment of the 29th Army entered a settlement. They were spotted by a drone, and Lieutenant General Zhuravlev subsequently reported this as a captured line, but failed to mention that these lads were killed shortly after. On paper, the city is ours. Statistics are sent to the General Staff. Furthermore, criminal activity has been uncovered. I mean, shocking. Criminal activity? Gosh. The most dire situation is observed in the 29th Army. In some brigades, the rate of criminality is as high as 60%. In other words, this refers to soldiers getting drunk, looting, and deserting their posts. Wagner used to punish such scum by shooting them. It is also known that the bodies of the dead are no longer being evacuated, and equipment is not being camouflaged properly. From the data received, it is clear that the units of this military formation are incapable of carrying out tasks set by the General Staff. And how do you think those guys rounded up on the streets of Penza are going to work out? Do you think they're not going to be able to carry out their tasks either, Firefella?
That's not going to go well. Sorry, I was watching something else. Yeah. They're not having a good time, Mockers, are they? I can't believe they're coming out with this shit now. Do they not realise that the reason their three-day march to Kyiv failed was because they had Chinese tyres? I'm just, spitballing it.
And sold a lot of the fuel that they needed because they really didn't think they were going to war.
Oh, absolutely.
These things happen. Never mind, eh? So, where were we? Oh, yes. Would you believe that what I was reading just like fucked off on me there? That was brilliant. So, where were we? Oh, yes. The 120th Marine Division and the 36th Motorised Rifle Brigade of the 29th Army have proved themselves absolutely incapable of combat. Soldiers there are being dismissed for failing to carry out their tasks, but this does not help. There is embezzlement of humanitarian aid in the 5th Army, and the vehicles, misappropriation of those delivered to the 29th Army position. Furthermore, service personnel themselves are trading drones, including fibre optic ones. So they're basically just selling everything. The Commission has uncovered fraudulent payments involving payments to families of the fallen. Almost a third of soldiers' bodies are just not evacuated, simply classified as missing in action, and that is all. So they do not have to pay the compensation. Rude. The channel's management understands the risks involved in speaking out, but we demand personnel changes. This is an absolute disgrace to our army. It appears that this may be confirmation of a statement on the 15th of June by prominent Russian war blogger Vladimir Romanov, in which he reported on a military inspection on the Konstantinivka front, where the Vostok Army Group is fighting. He wrote that the inspection had discovered large-scale falsification of territorial claims, which resulted in the deaths of dozens of Russian soldiers when they were sent to an area thinking it was theirs and found out that it was still quite clearly held by the Ukrainian army. Whoops. That wouldn't, none of this is news, is it really? None of this is actual new news, but I do like the fact that they keep doing this to themselves, because eventually it will be their downfall. And can you imagine how angry you would be if somebody sent you somewhere and then half your people died and you came back to, have a word with the boss about what happened?
But Mockers,
I'm just thinking
sorry.
out loud.
No. You're absolutely right. Sorry. What gets me is they're having all these, or supposedly having all these inspections. I don't know whether they are or not. And they have these findings. Now, where does all that information go? Because NAFL's changed in the whole 5 years they've been doing this. So why do they think anything's going to change? That's my point.
Well, they absolutely know it's not going to be changed, but the best thing for them to do at this point, right, is to find somebody to blame for them not doing very well. So, it's fully accepted that all this stuff goes on. But now it's like a scandal because, they haven't taken any of the areas that they said they'd taken. So instead of saying, to Putin, oh, we haven't taken these areas, everybody lies to him. But, it's not the fault of the guys up the top who accept these lies. It's the fault of the guys the lowest down the scale who are the people doing the corruption. I mean, the fact that Gerasimov, for example, knows for a fact that this is probably happening and just doesn't question it, just passes that information on. It's not his fault because he was lied to. I wonder what he really thinks when he receives these reports and if he wants to go, yeah, sure, bullshit. But these things will keep happening and have done ad infinitum from before this war started. The Russian army was incredibly corrupt. So without massive, proper reform, I mean, basically just totally scrap it and start again. Put it in the bin and start again. They're never going to change. There are a few competent people who, run Popov, for example. Remember Mr. Popov who got jailed for looking after his servicemen? Because he did do some corruption, but it was in order to, keep his servicemen actually fed and in, proper clothing and buy them armor and stuff like that. That's not allowed because people start to like you, and we can't have that. We can't have somebody actually gaining some status as being liked. It's all about if you become popular, you have to go to jail. So these guys are virtually encouraged to be absolute scoundrels and scumbags. Otherwise, they have to put them in jail for being competent and respected.
Well, you become popular, don't you? And then you become powerful, and then you become a threat. That's the way their tiny little minds work. But yeah, so all the reports Gerasimov gets, they go in the American file, don't they, mockers? Which for all our American, well, for the audience in the UK, the American file is the bin. That's where we put stuff from America in the bin. Just saying. Anyway, over to you.
Well, it's that time, and Prince has to go to bed. So I will say to you all that I love you and I mean it. Do something for Ukraine today if you can. There's lots of places that you can provide support. We have a number of well-vetted charities and causes that you can support. Perhaps choose some medics this weekend. Go ahead and support the medics this weekend because it was Jennie's birthday yesterday, and she gave them a particular mention. So I think that's a good idea. So yeah, I love you all. I mean it, but I'm going to go back to bed now because the cat's kept me up half the night just bouncing off the bloody walls. And now she's all asleep over there, looking really pleased with herself that she's been up all night. So I'm going to go and wake up the cat, and then go back to bed.
Yeah, well, mockers, yeah, go and give some love to the charities today, people. Donate as much as you can, especially Becca. She's finding things a bit hard on the front at the moment, and she needs a bit of help. So give generously, give as much as you can. Don't forget, keep supporting Ukraine because they're going to win. And Slava Ukraine, mockers.
Herem Slava.
Slava Nazi.
Smert for a ham.
Smert Velaham.
Smitterham. All right. What do we have coming up? We have, I think, 7 p.m. Eastern time. 7 p.m. Eastern time, 2 a.m. Kyiv. I apologize. Fellow Who Bonks and James, it looks like, will be doing their segment. And then again at 1 a.m. Eastern Time and 8 a.m. Kyiv will be Will and Smokey with Good Morning Kyiv. And there you go. That is what is coming up. So with that, I will just say Squirrel Bobochamus.
Artemis.
Optimus.
Joining us and for the radio.